Originally submitted and board approved on November 10th, 2020. This amendment is being submitted to include trustees' fees for services not to exceed $10,000 for the entire term of the trust, payable to Marty William Burbank, OC Elder Law. I have a second matter to report out from closed session. This is from a previous closed session, a personnel matter. I'd like to present out the performance evaluation of our superintendent, Dr. Bob Pletka. The Board of Trustees for the Fullerton School District evaluates the superintendent, Dr. Robert Pletka, annually. The board takes its responsibility to provide performance-based feedback to the superintendent very seriously. In light of this unprecedented pandemic and the pressure to safely open schools, the board clearly wants the superintendent to know how much they appreciate and acknowledge the additional pressure on executive management to address the challenges of teaching and learning in a virtual and hybrid environment. Most critically, the board is grateful for everything Dr. Pletka has done to address the physical and emotional health of all students of the district and the staff who continue to dedicate themselves during this trying time to serving the entire Fullerton School District. There were 5 goals on which we evaluated our superintendent. Was high expectations for students. The second, long-term district financial stability. The third, recruiting, hiring, supporting, and retaining exceptional staff. 4, welcome and engage family and community. And 5, promoting safety, mental and physical health, and well-being. The board would like to say on a 4-0 vote on all 5 of these goals, the rating was exceeds. We are proud of our superintendent, we are proud of our school district, and our board joins me in saying thank you all for your service. That concludes our report from closed session.
This meeting will be streamed, and you can access the live stream video by going to our website and clicking on the connected HTTP. Now we're going to start with a pledge. Would you like to help us, Ms. Carmen? And this pledge is going to be presented by the students at Fissler K-8.
Scouts attention. Color guards attention. Color guards advance. Color guards prepare to post the colors. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Those in uniforms, salute. Those not in uniforms, please place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Color guards post the colors. Color guards regroup. Color guards dismiss.
And in addition, we actually have another wonderful video from Fissler School.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to have our students remind us the purpose of our job.
And so Fissler School's band and Korean classes present Arirang, and at this moment we will be showing this wonderful video.
아리랑 is a Korean folk song that represents the spirit of the Korean people.
한국을 대표하는 노래입니다.
Some say that this song is like the anthem of Korea.
The song is about sorrow, separation,
Reunion.
and love.
It was made over 600 years ago.
It is sung both in North and South Korea.
It is a symbol of unity.
Thank you. Beautiful job from Fissler, and we appreciate them for putting that together for us. Next, we have a presentation from All the Arts for All the Kids. Mr. Meyer.
Good evening. Board members, executive cabinet, guests, all of our friends on YouTube. Thank you for logging in with us. My name is Kyle Myers, and I'm here representing the All the Arts for All the Kids Foundation. I'm also a program specialist in ed services and visual and performing arts here in the district. I have some great things to talk about, so I'm just going to get started right away. I'm here in regards to the All the Arts program that we have here in the district, as well as the foundation. Just a quick overview of the All the Arts program that we have here in the district that is supported by the All the Arts for All the Kids Foundation. Over the years, we provide about 10,000 classes in art, music, theater, and dance to all of the elementary students in the district. We also provide free field trips to our two children's museums and creativity centers. We also have field trips to our clay lab, and we also have a movie-making bus. On top of that, we have an array of different after-school programs that we offer, and also we are involved in many, many special programs that we have within the school district. So this year, unfortunately, we have not been able to do as many things as we have done in the past, but that doesn't mean that we have given up on providing an exceptional, high-quality arts education for the students of Fullerton School District. Over the spring, the foundation has put together many arts videos, enlisting the help of our arts educators to come in and provide those videos, and we have put those up online for all of the students in the Fullerton School District. And now we begin our next new large project for you all. And what we're starting in stages, and our first stage will be for every 5th and 6th grade student in the Fullerton School District. We are providing an art journal for every one of those 5th and 6th grade students, and a hybrid gel pen that accompanies that. We also are providing 6 video lessons that go along with those journals and pens that are all created by our very own Catherine England. For those of you who do not know Catherine England, if you look on the wall behind you, she is responsible for that beautiful mosaic that's there, as well as the one in the front of the district, and many, many more throughout Fullerton, at school sites, at St. Jude's Hospital, various places around. So we're very proud to have her as part of this program that we're rolling out, providing the videos for the students. Our next phase will be our 3rd and 4th grade students, and we are very proud to have our very well-known artist, Marcia Judd, creating those videos. And the kids will then have projects involving clay, and we are providing art kits for all of the 3rd and 4th grade students that will go along with those videos that are being created. Then in our final rollout, we are doing for K through 2, for the 2nd grade, we actually have our very own and the one and only Laurelyn Eschner will actually be making those videos and sending those out on bookmaking for all of the K through 2nd grade students. We will also providing an art kit that will go along with that bookmaking videos and projects for all of the students in K through 2nd grade. On top of that, we are continuing to provide our video lessons that we're doing. But with that being said, we're very excited to be able to offer all of these programs to every student in the elementary school district here. And we would like to present an in-kind check or donation of $90,000. That will cover the cost of all of the materials, all the arts journals, and all of the video lessons that have already been uploaded onto our website, as well as all of the videos that will accompany all of the lessons that we're doing. So we're very proud to present that, and I have Paulette.
So at this moment, we are very happy to show you some wonderful pictures that will portray the history of our board member, Hilda Sugarman.
Sugarman,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support
that I will support
and defend
and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of California
of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
to the Constitution
to the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of California,
of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will allow
and
faithfully
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter. Thank you. And now I'd like to call up Leonel for his installation, and I believe I see his family is here. Would you like to introduce them first?
Yes, so we have my wife Emmy here, and we have my oldest boy Gavin, and then my youngest boy Joshua.
Welcome. Thank you.
Okay, so come on.
I have Michelle here. That's going to be starting again.
Would you like to stand by? Yeah, let's Mrs. Wilson is a principal, and she is a good friend to her newly elected district representative, Trustee.
Oh, keep it close. Hello.
Okay, so I state your name,
So I, Lionel Talavera,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the Constitution
and allegiance to the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of California,
of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well
and I will well
and faithfully discharge
and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties that I'm upon to enter.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Yes.
Perfect. I do want to make a statement now about this year. Good evening. Over my years on the school board, I've been increasingly proud of the academic progress provided by our staff for our students. This year, that pride has taken on new proportions. As a board member, my role is to represent the vision of our community for education, the needs of students, and the needs of staff. This year, those components of support have taken on greater needs and requests. Our nation has added to the turmoil with political and pandemic issues. So let me say, I am honored this year to have shared this dais with Aruni Thakur, Beverly Berryman, and Jenny Meyer. They are committed, honest, and selfless people looking to do the best possible job addressing each of the tasks presented to us. Fullerton, like the rest of the nation, has seen a disproportionately negative impact on our marginalized population. Under the leadership of Dr. Pletka and Dr. Lee, our students have received an educational support not surpassed by any district of which I am aware. Students receive asynchronous and synchronous instruction, summer programs, and ongoing enrichment opportunities. These have only gotten better as our teachers use multi-technologies to support teaching and learning. I appreciate the leadership of our Teachers Union President, Mark Jacob, and his team. Our staff has been unparalleled in their efforts. Thank you. Thank you so much. A need for greater social and emotional counseling is obvious. Adult and family stresses of financial, health, and emotional issues affect students and staff. Dr. Gilligan and Ms. Morris have worked to increase support on all levels. Additional counselors have been hired. Dr. Lai has provided stress-reducing activities. Administrators and site personnel are working endlessly to provide caring support. Thank you so much. Last spring, our district started to address issues of sensitivity and equity. The Museum of Tolerance came to provide trainings. After summer dialogues, the board requested that our district do even better and listen to the concerns of our community. A listening tour was created with 60 members. Some schools took on this issue through their own leadership teams. Actions on this topic are already being carried out. We want our students and district community to be sensitive to injustices and make this an even better country. Thank you to every person, as every person in our district commits to make this happen. We have done all of the above while at the same time creating a safe environment through tremendous planning. We sterilize the air, provide huge quantities of protective supplies, while each day we check the health of students and staff. We have even put in hydrating stations. We have provided over 1 million meals, and over the winter break, nutrition services will be providing boxes with 2 weeks of food for our students. That will even include weekend food. Leaders like Union CSEA President Al LaQuesta, JD, Mike McAdams, Scott Schloss, Mike Burns, Jeremy Davis, have listened to the suggestions of their teams. As leaders, they have enabled every classified employee to work beyond their own fears to meet the needs of our district. Working as a team, classified employees have been beyond exemplary. I can't thank you enough for all you have done. Dr. Hammett and Lori Bruno have been rock solid in trying to help individual staff members and keep classrooms staffed. They also are diligently leading the charge of contract tracing. Meanwhile, Dr. Coughlin seems to find money beyond CARES dollars to provide for limitless PPE, site changes for safer environments, COVID testing, not to mention endless purchases of technology. Sleepless and sometimes not revered by others, they maintain a positive attitude. Without staff, safety, and dollars, we could not sustain our programs. Thank you, guys. As this pandemic continues its course, we don't know what the future will be the rest of this year. I, for one, support and respect those families that choose home learning, as well as those families that opt for their children to attend class in school. California law states that students must attend school. This year, families can decide just how their students will do that. I acknowledge the fears of employees and families. I encourage our dollars be spent to keep staff and students safe. Like hospital nurses, those employees and students who have recovered from COVID are invited to come to school knowing that they are now resistant. The lessening of fear and return of more teachers and students to the classroom will get our schools closer to normal. Importantly, being in school may lessen the burden of some struggling families. I am praying for a safer, better, and happier 2021. We, the family of the Fullerton School District, can continue to provide the best possible education for our students by working and caring together. Thank you. Now I'm going to invite Dr. Pletka. Do you have any statements for this evening? Oh, did we have to reorganize?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness, thank you. Got myself so nervous. Okay. I don't see my reorganization program. Thanks, that's what I needed. Okay. Educational Code Section 35023, 35140, and 35143, and Board Bylaws 9121 and 9123 require the Board of Trustees to determine the following items as its organizational meeting for the 2021 calendar year. Elect a president, vice president, and clerk. Appoint the superintendent as secretary of the Board of Trustees. Establish its regular meeting dates, times, and place. Select a representative and an alternative to serve in the Orange County School Boards Association Political Action Committee. And select a representative and an alternate for nominating candidates to the County Committee of School District Organization. I will now accept nominations for president.
I'd like to nominate Hilda Sugarman for president.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Are there other nominations?
Negative.
Okay, seeing none. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those against? All those abstaining?
Your first vote.
5 Yay! I'm so excited.
So exciting.
I'm really excited. This is going to be a challenging, yet it's going to be a year that we come into the light and see even better things at the end. Vice President, do I have a nomination?
I'd like to nominate Trustee Berryman.
I'll second.
Do we have another nomination? All those in favor of Trustee Berryman?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Abstain? That's a 5-0. Now I need a clerk. Do I have a nomination for a clerk?
I nominate Trustee Tucker.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Yay. So Trustee Tukur has been nominated. Do we have any other nominations? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose?
Aye.
Abstain? 5-0. Congratulations. You now have to sign all the rules.
He's got his pen.
I would like, good, I'm glad. I would like a motion to nominate the superintendent as secretary.
I so move.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Abstain? That's 5-0. Oh, this is getting complicated, isn't it? I'd like to approve the dates for our 2021 board meetings. These dates have been sent to the board previously for the board to address if there are any conflicts. And those have been entered into this selection of dates. So do I have a motion to accept the dates of our next year's board meetings?
I move to accept the dates for next year's board meetings.
Thank you, Bev. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Oppose? It's a 5-0, and we will keep those dates. I want to thank Trustee Takur for his very salient comments on those dates before this meeting. We need someone to represent us at the Orange County School Board Association Public Action Committee. That committee has not met this year because of COVID. And I would like to know if there's someone who wants to be on that committee. It's a great committee when it meets. Is there anybody who'd like to do that?
Who's doing it now?
Pardon?
Who's doing it now?
Me.
And then I was the alternate.
You were the alternate. Would you like to be the representative now?
Sure.
Oh, great. Any other? Okay. So we're going to...
Wasn't I nominated to one of these positions my first year? I'm just trying to figure out which one it is for.
I don't know, but I was thinking that for the alternative, we should do Leonel.
I will definitely do the alternate.
Okay, so we've got, we're going to vote on these together.
Yes.
Aruni for Takur for our representative, and Leonel for our alternative person. And you're perfect for that. So thank you, guys. How many, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose?
Can I
5-0.
Can I get a second on those two nominations?
I'll second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we need someone for the county committee, and that's a person who goes in and votes for us, for the people on the county committee. You know, those people that we have to vote for like 10 people and we get 11 people nominated? Who would like to do that?
I'd like to nominate Trustee Berryman.
Okay. Do we have a second for Trustee Berryman? Oh,
Not if you
yay.
don't make eye contact, you don't get.
See, it didn't matter. You could look the other way, but we saw you. We like your mask. It's a beautiful
Yes.
Christmas mask. All those in favor of Trustee Berryman voting for us? Aye.
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 Okay, and if she can't make it for whatever reason, we need an alternative person. I'll be the alternative. Thanks, Jenny.
I nominate Trustee Meyer for alternate.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great. That's a 5-0. So we have now completed our reorganization of the board. And it sounds like it's just formulative, but really, it really is an important thing that we do. Now, can I call on Dr. Pletka? For superintendent's report. And I don't like our new board format.
Jenny, I just saw what you sent me.
I want to first also start with just a couple thank yous. And so I want to mention, I don't know if people know, but Dr. Hammett, Lori, Bruno, and Robin Gilligan have worked nonstop, and I mean nonstop, for 6 weeks. All 5 days plus on the weekends, contact tracing, and in many, many cases for up to 12 hours a day. And so I just want to acknowledge that work that they've done and thank them for that. I also want to take a moment to thank all our principals. Our principals, sometimes they wake up with a 5 o'clock call from Chad or from Lori, in fact, many times. And I appreciate their work, their innovation to try to deal with all the different things, and their tireless work. And just on a personal level, I want to thank each one of them for all the support that they've given me, and they've given our district, and they've given our kids, and they've given their staff. And so a big thank you to all of them. I want to thank our teachers, and have had a really a good chance to be able to go out. I was at Pack Drive, and I was with a teacher, and I said, "How are you doing?" And she said, "You know, I'm exhausted." She said, "The Zooming and the rooming," she said, "is something that is stressful." And then she said, "And it's meaningful work that we do." And that teachers is that they work, they're committed to our kids. And anything that it takes to help them, we've seen that. And while other districts have not even started, didn't even start the year. Look at it as we go along, as we get new changes and adjustments that seem to happen on a daily basis. I want to talk about one other piece that we have on our website, and we will be asking our parents. We need your help. There are testing, both free, as well as testing services like CVS, like Walgreens, that with either insurance or in some cases with no insurance will do the testing. It's on our website, and I would really ask that you consider, I would ask that you have your kids tested, especially if you've had a family gathering. When we start talking about the CDC guidelines to really say, if you had a larger family gathering, we're asking you. Sometimes I know sometimes parents ask, we want to show our appreciation to our teachers. We want to show our appreciation to our office staff. We want to show our appreciation to our teachers. A gift that you could give to every staff member is to get that test. And so we really encourage everybody to do that. I want to also talk about a third piece. And I've received some letters. And I received some letters that very much touched me and moved me. And there was one in particular, and I won't say her name, but somebody that her letter came from the heart. Her letter was about the fact that she had family members that got COVID-19, that she had to stay at home, and as a part of it, not only worried for her family, but even as she used those days and used her sick time, now the potential financial burden of possibly having some sort of differential pay. And I want to work in this area because I don't think anybody in this pandemic that is under the burden and has to face this should also have to work for financial. And there's different ways we can do it. But one thing I'd like to do, and I'd like to at least offer this up, we have a catastrophic leave policy. The catastrophic leave is where employees have donated days, their own days, to be able to help their colleagues. I would like to donate 50 days to that bank, and if needed, and if we run out, to do more. I do not want our employees that suffer through this, who end up with COVID-19, have to deal with this, not only the COVID-19, but also deal with the financial impact that it might have on their families. And I'm committed to doing that, and it's something that the catastrophic bank has already, that we have days in there, and so I want to work in that area. But I want to work in other areas as well, as we look to see this is a concern, and I don't want this disease, this pandemic, to adversely affect. And so that's at least a step that we can move in that direction. And I want to thank, by the way, and she knows who she is, for the letter that she gave me, and it was incredibly moving, and because of her, I want to do more. I want to do more. Last thing, I just do want to end up with just a few pieces on some of the stats, what we see. Right now, we have about 1% of staff members with active cases. We have 1/3% of students with active cases. And while Mrs. Sugarman mentioned some of the protocols and practices that we have in place, I actually, though, want to highlight one other thing that makes this work, to make it so that, why is it that we're 1/10 of what Orange County is in terms of active cases? And it has to do with how colleagues have stepped up for other colleagues, how our colleagues have stepped up for our staff when it regards to protecting and taking care of. There are behaviors that make it more safe. The fact that we see and we go into a classroom and teachers looking out for their students, they wear masks. When they go on in there, they wear masks. They do wash their hands. Here's one that it's a change in culture. We used to, not just here, you've all been to places, you've worked in places where, hey, if you're a little sick, you can do it. You can still come into work. And I've done that in the past. Like, hey, got a sniffle, I'm not feeling well, I'm just going to come in. But we've changed that. And people, when they're sick, they stay home. And that's because they're looking out for their colleagues. And so why is it? It's because behaviors have changed. And why do behaviors change? It's because our teachers and our classified staff, they care about each other. And they're looking out for them. And we care about them. And I know that sometimes people disagree, and we have different positions. I love our staff. I love our teachers. I love our principals. I love our classified management and our certificated management. And I'll end the way I started. It is a privilege to work here, and I am thankful to everybody here for the good work that you do. And I look forward to working with you and adjusting and listening and hearing, and when necessary, making action to do what's right for each other, what's right for our kids, and what's right for our community. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Trustee Jakar, would you like to start with a report? Turn on your mic.
Good evening, everyone. When we closed or voted to send the superintendent emergency authority and close the district on March 13th of this year, I could not have imagined then that we would still be under this new reality. Our children have been doing distance learning, unintentionally spent 9 months with my sons at home, basically, which has its joys and its not joys. I would like nothing more than to be able to get back to work. The courts are still closed, and I think that it takes a special industry to say these employees should still try to come back to work if they can, and healthcare and education and other frontline industries are in that category. I was happy that the district decided to extend distance learning for 2 weeks. I will be calling for a special or closed session meeting on January 12th at our next meeting at a later time tonight so that we can continue to get updates. And of course, I'm asking the superintendent and all of our administrators to keep an eye on these rising numbers. They do concern me. I want to echo what Dr. Pletka said. Parents that are, and I was very happy to read every single public comment that we've received, not just for tonight's meeting, but all of the emails that were coming through in the last few weeks. And one of the things that I think is very important is that the students also get tests, and the district continuing to work on not just the tracing, which is secondary, but the active testing is something that I will be continuing to push for. And I just hope that people will continue to wear their masks and socially distance and try to flatten this curve, but it doesn't seem to be working. So I'm willing, depending on the data, to really review extending whether we would come back a little bit later. In the meantime, though, with all of these things going on, I really just want to congratulate Leonel. Welcome to the board. I really look forward to serving with you. Hilda, congratulations again on starting another term. And I really hope that 2021 is better than 2020 was. And happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, and really just to everyone, I hope we can all sort of come together and put the energy out there that next year is better. I know we have a lot of work to do, and I appreciate everything that the district has done so far, and I think we have some more to do. I'm looking forward to tonight's presentation on the listening tour. I so appreciate that another copy of our resolution that we worked pretty hard to pass was included today. I think the listening tour is a step in the right direction. Now that 6 months have passed since we actually worked so hard to get these words out, I think we're making a step in the right direction. And for folks that thought that bringing a week of greater racial awareness into the district somehow represented a failure on the district's part, that's just not true. This is a fine district filled with fine people, and we can all do better, and I think that really should just be our motto. We all have so much work to do. The district has so much work to do. I look forward to the first steps of the listening tour and really just keeping an eye on the COVID numbers. So thank you, welcome, and happy holidays.
Yes, first I'd like to welcome to the team, and we're all working on how to say your name properly, so bear with us, okay? I've seen Leonel and I've seen Leonel, but whatever, we welcome you aboard, and we'll to the family, okay? And
can you give us, how should we say it?
So the pronunciation is Lionel, so Lionel is typically what you'll hear.
okay, so
with
it's the
an
long E for you
Yeah,
first grade teachers.
there it is.
All right, thank you. And congratulations to Hilda. I couldn't be more thrilled. I think she is the epitome of the best board member. How she gets out, how she does things, and what she does for this district is pretty amazing. Congratulations. And I want to give kudos to whoever put this board up, because it's really cool. Who did that, Carmen?
That would be Kyle Myers and Michelle Rozuski.
Very nice. Thank you. It's beautiful. Yes. Clap. And after I left president a year ago, gosh, seems like 5 years ago, but last December, it seemed the challenges on so many levels of us in 2020 hit us. Reorganizing our board, the bond campaign, the school tours, the tragedy of George Floyd, and the unrest throughout our country. The Black Lives Matter proclamation, some happy, some not. Then COVID hit. Distance learning, Zoom meetings, getting food to families, supporting families in so many ways. We tried to keep ahead of the storm. One of our board members resigned, and another reorganization was done. Zoom, more Zoom, the new opening of schools with 4 options, some happy, some not. Then another surge of COVID, closing, opening, some happy, some not. The listening tour, definitely some happy, some not. Staff, community, and students are trying to make things normal, which really is impossible right now. When reflecting on these things and many other things, I tried to keep focus on what's best for kids. The involvement of the community this year has been more than I have experienced in my 40 years of education. As an elected official, it's one of the most important parts of the job is to listen and make decisions based on what I've heard and what I've seen. But what most importantly is what's best for kids. To that degree, some will be happy and some not with what I choose to support. As I think about this past year with so many challenges, Fullerton School District continued to focus on supporting, educating our children and supporting the community through these difficult times. I applaud our cabinet, all of our teachers, our classified staff, our parents, the kids, and the board for their diligent work, their love and dedication to make the best out of a horrible time. There is a light at the end of the tunnel, and we will do whatever it takes to get there. Looking ahead to 2021, I have optimism, and I trust in time we, as a team, will get through this. With that, I wish you all a very safe upcoming holiday, and we will see you in January.
Thank you. I'm going to echo what both of my trustees have already said, because all of what you guys have said I completely agree with wholeheartedly. I want to welcome Lionel to our board. We're very excited to have you and to hear your perspective, and we appreciate everything you've done for our community and what you're going to bring to the table. I think it's wonderful to have different perspectives, so thank you and welcome. And we're all here for you, so just always remember that we have your back, and if you need anything, you can always call on us. I think that, Danny, your comment on looking at what's best for kids is something that I think that we've all done. I know that that's something that's in the forefront of what I look at, to balance that with safety for our district. And I want to thank everyone that has sent us emails and phone calls about their feelings about everything from distance learning to the pandemic to the listening tour, that I have read everything. I'm touched by a lot of what's gone on and a lot of what has been said, like Dr. Bob has said. These are trying times, and I think when you look around and you see how fast it's spreading and how fast our pandemic and how it's affecting our families and our coworkers and people that we know, I make a joke that I'm 2 steps ahead of it, because everywhere I go, it's there behind me. And so I think it's very important for all of us to keep the safety of our staff and our students at the forefront. And I will also be looking at what's happening over the next few weeks, and then being able to make some decisions and really watching that. So just know that for our staff and our parents who have been communicating to us, that it's not on deaf ears, that we may not, I know I may not be responding to everybody, but we are reading and we are looking at it, and we care. For our staff that feel like maybe they're not being valued, I want them to know that we value you. we value everybody that works with our children everywhere in our district. We value you. We know how important your lives are. We know how important you are. We know how important this whole thing is. We understand that this is a really scary time for everybody. And so it pains me to feel that our staff don't feel like we care, because we do. And from my heart, I want you guys to know that. I did want to comment on a few other things that weren't touched on. When we went to 4 types of learning, the homeschool piece of that, I had a conversation with a parent, and this is for my board to hear as well as our district, is I had a conversation with a parent who didn't have any idea who I was, which is always nice because I go around incognito all the time. And I asked questions. And so this parent had enrolled their student in our homeschool academy. And they had been in other homeschool academies in the past, so it wasn't their first go around with it. And she had nothing but wonderful things to say about things like the connection, like they have a connected school. They have a dedicated staff member who cares about their student, even though their student isn't, online every day. They felt the support of having a physical place in which they can go to for assemblies or for things that are going on. So all those things that we had talked about wanting to do for years, this pandemic kind of helped us do that. And so I applaud everyone, Wes back there in the background, for everything that you guys have done to make that a success, and has really filled a gap with some of our parents that we hadn't had before. So kudos to you guys for nothing but wonderful, wonderful things that were said. So I wanted to share that with you and here. I am happy about the engagement, about everyone listening and letting us know. I always tell people, we don't know what we don't know. So it's up to parents, it's up to community, it's up to staff, it's up to people to tell us, to let us know how they feel. They may not always agree, we may not always agree, but our job is to listen and to use that information so that when we sit up here, we can make the best decision we possibly can. So always remember, we don't know what we don't know. So we need to know. So you need to tell us. And I think I just want to wish everyone a wonderful holiday season, and I believe that's it for my report. Thank you.
Leonel, do you want to share something with us before you do? For those who don't know, this is like an amazing man. Leonel really is Habitat for Humanity, Orange County. And that's a huge job reflecting caring and love, not just for children in schools, for our entire community. And he has done amazing things already for the Woodcrest community and the families, the people who live in apartments. He's just done so many good things. And yes, I've been watching you over the last 4 or 5 years, and I just am so proud to have the honor of sitting on this board with you. Welcome.
So, yeah, thank you so much for those kind words, Trustee Sugarman. And I do want to echo kind of what everyone else has kind of said already, based on kind of the work that you guys have been doing leading up to this point. Obviously, my first day on on the board, so I can't take much credit for the work that you guys have all done leading up to this point. And I know it's a very challenging time that we're in. But I did kind of want to start by really kind of, just thanking for the opportunity to be in this position, coming down this path that I chose to come down. And I did want to really kind of reflect a little bit about kind of my upbringing and kind of why I decided to be on the school board or run and being here at this point. It's really been kind of how my parents have brought me up with morals and values, upbringing, and really respecting teachers, people, students, families in a sense. And, you know, my sister's a kinder dual immersion teacher at West Covina Unified. And a lot of my close friends are teachers, are in education, you know, principals or whatnot. And obviously my relationship with Rochelle has grown tremendously, you know, over the years through the work that I've been doing with Habitat for Humanity in the Woodcrest neighborhood. So for the last 8 years, we've been focusing primarily in South Fullerton in the Woodcrest neighborhood, really trying to have some sustainable change happen, both, you know, physically and then empowering residents to kind of take ownership of their own community. So you've seen a lot of that kind of work, obviously with some of the revitalization efforts at Woodcrest Elementary, by creating that space that we call the space, and, you know, doing a lot of good work there. But it doesn't stop there, and it's really kind of empowering to see both residents kind of taking ownership, and I think that's one of the things that I really want to focus on, is bringing out people's assets that they do have when engaging with, you know, the school district, and just being civically engaged to see the change that they want to see in their own community. And kind of with that, I think when talking about the listening tour, I know Woodcrest has taken the initiative of starting their social justice group, club. Do you guys call it a club? I don't know.
We have a book club, we teach it in every grade level, K-6.
Yeah, so Woodcrest really kind of spearheading that on social justice topic there. So it's really great to see. And I think this is kind of why it puts me in the right place, I think, at the right time when we're discussing social justice, because it's something that I'm pretty passionate about myself, and I do a lot of listening, and I will continue doing a lot of listening. That's again the way I've learned, again, in my upbringing. So I do a lot of listening, and I educate myself, and by listening to people through all walks of life. Early in my career in the healthcare industry, I really commend my older brother that brought me into the healthcare industry, just because, you know, I was engaging with a lot of nurses and doctors, you know, and I just saw them as people as well too. So, you know, those letters at the end of people's, you know, last names sometimes, you know, matters, but to me, I want to treat everyone equally, whether they're doctors, nurses, or whether they're parents or students, you know, whoever it is. So I think, again, just kind of reflects a little bit about who I am. So equality, you know, things like that. So nonetheless, again, I can't take too much credit of what you guys have been doing, but I'm going to definitely try to jump on the same path that you guys are all moving forward on. Again, with Superintendent here and the district as a whole, I do want to commend, you know, the teachers, you know, classified staff for all the work that they've done to this point. It's sometimes you do feel like it's like no one's watching or no one's paying attention, but I think echoing again all the other trustees, that I think we are listening, and we're watching, and we do care about your guys' thoughts. So I'll continue listening. I'm pretty accessible with open arms. A lot of the residents, again, have good ways to contact me, so I don't hide. I don't shy away from tough conversations, because I think we definitely need to have those. And I think that's one of the things that I can really bring to this board is you know, having those difficult conversations, and definitely listening to what people have to say. And I do want to, you know, make sure that everyone knows, you know, that without obviously the support of my family, my wife and my 2 boys, my youngest going to Pacific Drive in the dual immersion program, my older one, Gavin, attending Golden Hill. He's been in the GATE program there since 4th grade, and then obviously my beautiful wife. So without her support, I wouldn't be here. So she's allowing to share, my assets and me as a public servant for the school district to be here. So without their support, it'd been a difficult decision to be here today with you guys. So with that, again, I also want to just, wish everyone happy holidays, and we look forward to what the new year has to bring for us. Thank you.
Thank you. We're glad to have you, no question. The one thing I wanted to remind people of is that on our school district website, we have a COVID dashboard. And it's something that probably many people should look at. It shows how many people in our district, our employees, have COVID, how many students have COVID who attend school, how many live, who never come into our schools, who are distance learners, have COVID. And I think if you look at that, that will be very enlightening. And it is really to commend our district employees, every one of them, and our students, that our student rate of COVID is 1/10 that of our entire district, our employees also, 1/10 of that of the area. And that's not only proud, it makes schools safe, like a safer place. Not perfect. This is a crazy disease, and there are no safe places to hide. I love the board behind me. I just think it's a beautiful representation of the direction our district is going. And being one who likes actions more than words, tonight we celebrate Hanukkah. We're about to celebrate Christmas and Kwanzaa. I'm hoping that in our schools, whether you have children that celebrate Kwanzaa or Hanukkah or Christmas, that you are giving some information to them, that you are teaching them, because if we want to be an unbiased, socially conscious school district, we should be recognizing all of this in a joyful, informative way. And so I would like to just put that little word out there for our schools as they look to be inclusionary of everyone and of those who don't celebrate. I will tell you one story. When I first came on the school board, the month of December came, and interestingly, there was a small Christmas tree in our entry, and the president of our teachers union was decorating it, and I walked in, and she almost fainted. She was worried what I was going to say, and I said it was beautiful. It was all done with Santa Clauses, because we have to respect one another. We have to take a moment to treat everybody nicely and look for the good. And I'm sure that that's the direction that this district is, in a very sensitive way, going. So thank you to my colleagues for their comments. And we're going to move on now for information from DLAC. And I think it's a video from Egleth Nunzi, who's been exposed to COVID, and she's staying in her house.
That's correct.
And we wish her well.
So I will be doing the report on behalf of DLAC, and the
Thank you.
video will come later during
Oh,
our
okay.
listening tour presentation.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Sugarman, school board members, executive cabinet, Superintendent Dr. Pleca, and all families present and listening. Several parents from our DLAC board had the opportunity to attend the virtual parent conference hosted by the California Association of Bilingual Education. The conference topics focused on supporting our English learner students to be engaged, supporting mental health and wellness, and techniques for parent outreach. Other topics included being a voice for English learners during the pandemic, special education, and the English Learner Roadmap. We had our second DLAC meeting where we elected our new board that will serve for 2 years. I am honored to have been re-elected as the DLAC chair. Thank you to the district for providing a list of no-cost community-based testing sites. It is a difficult time for many families in the community due to the pandemic. We are thankful for the support we continue to receive from the district. Various DLAC members were able to participate in the listening tour and were able to give input, feedback, and recommendations. District staff provided all participants the means to access the content, materials, and actively participate in the process in their preferred language. We look forward to our continued collaboration in this area. I would like to take the time to honor Sue Albano for all her hard work and commitment to our English learner families. She has been a pillar of support to the district, and she will be greatly missed. Thank you to all the teachers, staff, and administrators for their hard work and sacrifice for our students. We truly appreciate all you do. We wish all the families of Fullerton community a happy and safe winter break. Sincerely, Eglith Nuncy.
Thank you. PTA. Do we have anyone from PTA this evening? Oh,
Somewhat normal for our students. We know how much work has been done, how much extra the teachers have done to make sure that our students' learning continued at the level that we have always had. So thank you from the bottom of our heart at Fullerton Council PTA. We wish everyone a peaceful and joyful Hanukkah, Christmas, and New Year. Enjoy some much needed time off, time away from your computer screens, and time spent safely with family and friends. And it's good to see you guys all here. That's it.
thank you, and the same to you. A very wonderful season. I wondered if do we have someone here from CSEA? Okay, we're going to have FETA. Vice President Zanell is speaking.
No, I'm not a vice president.
Oh, what are you? Tell me.
I'm a teacher of 6th grade. And I work for the union. So I'm here representing Mark Jacobs, the president of the FETA. So I'm going to read his report. Good evening, President Sugarman, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Pletka, and Cabinet. First, on behalf of FETA, I'd like to welcome Lionel Talavera to the FSD School Board. Thank you for participating in our community. FETA looks forward to working with you. Secondly, I'd like to acknowledge our amazing teachers, classified support staff, parents, and our students. A normal school year in FSD is demanding, but dealing with challenges of distance and hybrid teaching while balancing the very real fear and anxiety of COVID-19 and its increasing spread has taken a toll on all of us. We continue to do our best under nearly unsustainable circumstances. Many teachers are frustrated and physically and mentally exhausted by the end of the day, frustrated that our delivery of instruction is not good. Some teachers across the district are dealing with anxiety as we have regressed back to the most restrictive purple tier as the governor imposed new shelter-in-place restrictions, while at the same time we're receiving Amber Alert texts stating emergency shelter-in-place recommendations. As we all know, COVID-19 is making a vengeful and thorough second wave through the county and our district. After a relatively slow start, positive cases affecting students and teachers have increasingly popped up all across the district and at nearly every single FSD school site. Our teachers are shifting to quarantine and working from home. I, along with 33 other teachers, not including support staff, have been required to revert to distance learning. I am currently observing quarantine due to COVID exposure on a school site. And that's not me, that's Mark. The rapid spread of COVID-19 throughout the county and district was well foreseen before Thanksgiving break, and FETA communicated teacher concerns fervently with the district. With the certain travel of parents, students, and teachers alike, we anticipated a real surge of COVID spread after our Thanksgiving return. In the spirit of PAL, FETA made several times with the district pleading to at least take a 2-week pause after Thanksgiving break and winter break. The rationale was to keep students and teachers safe at home while testing was done and to identify those who needed to be quarantined. The alternative was to have the virus spread in schools, putting people unnecessarily at risk, and then having to shut exposed classrooms down to return to distance learning. Unfortunately, our requests were denied. After our return from Thanksgiving, we quickly saw our teachers, staff, students, and parents from all over the district test positive for COVID, shutting down classrooms at every single site across the district. Anxiety and concern spread as our teachers and students were quickly testing positive. FETA continued our PAL process and pleaded with the district 2 additional times to come to some kind of a compromise to address the COVID spike. FETA recognizes the importance of in-person instruction and of making student connections. The socio-emotional well-being is important, and therefore FETA offered solutions to support all students if we were to temporarily revert to distance learning. Our concerns and solutions were met with little district compromise. The district decided to cease collaboration with FETA and unilaterally moved forward, setting forth its own return plan. Our PAL motto of not letting each other fail, well, failed. Though FETA is grateful for an acknowledgement of the gravity of the current situation, we are at a loss as to why the district excluded us as a partner. Our PAL partnership has been wounded, and we fear it may take years to regain trust. FETA will continue to offer solutions and support to help improve our district, and we look forward to repairing our working relationship. Mark Jacobs, President, FETA.
Thank you. Are we ready now for CSEA? We're glad to see you.
Good evening, Dr. Pletka, President Sugarman, members of the board and cabinet. A warm welcome to our new board member, Mr. Talavera. CSEA looks forward to working with you. And I've never been more grateful to be wearing a mask than right now. Hi to everyone at home. It's been almost 9 months since we were sent home at the beginning of the pandemic. What we thought would be an additional week off in March turned into several weeks of working remotely. With new protocols for social distancing, the use of masks, updated cleaning procedures, and additional support staff, we began this year walking into the unknown together. Our skill set expanded to include duties we never had, such as Google Classroom tech support. Custodians came through every evening with a magic spray gun to kill germs as we ate dinner in the comfort of our homes. We became experts in self-administering COVID tests with a nose swab or the dreaded saliva test. I have the unique perspective to have a nephew who started school this year and a niece who is beginning her senior year of high school. My nephew's school has been on distance learning since August, and as such, he has never set foot in a classroom beyond his living room. My niece, his sibling, may not be able to have a traditional in-person graduation ceremony due to the pandemic. We had our very small Thanksgiving dinner in their backyard, with the Santa Ana winds threatening to send our dinner flying into the pool. Jack, one of the family dogs who's an avid swimmer, was hoping his wish would come true. I'm very grateful to have had the opportunity to work, even if remotely, to support the students, teachers, and staff of the Fullerton School District. I could not do my job without the support of my tribe, and I appreciate their hard work. Schools have survived with skeleton office staff and covered classes as best they could when teachers were out and there was a shortage of substitutes. Day in and day out, classified, certificated, and management joined forces to make the best out of every day and come in every morning with the certainty of knowing that nothing is certain. One thing that remains unchanged, even in the midst of a pandemic, is that our students deserve the best education we can provide, and provide safely. I encourage every employee to be mindful that staying healthy begins with our own routine behaviors. The majority of us have by now known people who have been infected, hospitalized, and in some cases have passed away. With the holidays around the corner, we understandably want to gather with our loved ones. Please stay vigilant, as COVID does not take holidays off. Wear a mask, practice social distancing, and stay home if you're sick. As this unprecedented year comes to a close, enjoy the break to rest and rejuvenate. We wish everyone happy holidays and a healthy new year filled with new opportunities to reconnect safely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does FSMA have someone to speak? Hello, Dr. Gilligan.
Hello. Good evening, board, and to Superintendent Pletka and our executive cabinet. I'm Robin Gilligan. I'm here on behalf of our Administrator Association, FSMA, and we first want to welcome Lionel to the board. It's nice to see you up here, and we welcome you to Fullerton School District. You've already been part of our district in other ways, but now you're official in a different capacity. So we're excited to have you join our administrators on different school sites eventually as we go through the year and beyond so that you can get to know other locations and schools and their school communities. So welcome aboard. I too, we've all been hearing the same information, and so I just want to share a little bit about the gratitude that I have, and on behalf of all of our managers in the district, for the work that everyone is putting in. We're grateful that we have strong teams, both at the school sites, whether it be administration or CSEA or FIDA members with our teachers. The school teams have very strong relationships, and they are working collaboratively together. However, we do have emotion, and just like you guys have expressed, we have different feelings and emotions on all sides of the spectrum. And there's nothing wrong with emotion because it's based off of personal experience. But nature, not people who, naturally social distance, because that's not human nature. We've had to take on some new routines that maybe were a little bit more uncomfortable. But fear, anxiety, all of those things are still part of what we deal with every day. And our administrators are coming in, they're working with our kids, they're seeing the behind-the-scenes stories of our families. And so they see both sides of it, but they also are tired. And together we're gonna get through this. I think we're all experiencing parts of our jobs that are different, but at the same time, we are gonna continue to do what we need to support the learning of our kids in whatever capacity that comes in. And thank you to Dr. Pletka and to all of you for helping to give us an opportunity to ensure that we are all negative before returning back. I think that will help tremendously, as we know that family gatherings and holiday time is the time to bring people together. So that is one way that we can help keep each other safe. So thank you very much for providing that for us. And with that, I want to wish all of you a wonderful winter break and time with your families, whether that be from near or far, that you have a chance to meet with them if you can via Zoom or in person, but staying safe. And then also to all of our staff who have family members that are going through illness right now, that we are sending out some thoughts to them, because I know that some family and extended members have had to seek further medical support through the hospitals, and so we just want to give a little bit of thoughts out to them. So thank you very much, and have a wonderful holiday time with your family.
Thank you. Now we're going to hear
President Sugarman.
public comments.
President Sugarman.
What?
May I ask that we have a 5-minute break just before the public comments?
Yes, we
Thank
may
you.
have a 5-minute break before public comments.
Thank you.
about the order of our meeting?
Yes, Madam President, in an effort to timely get through all of the important items on our agenda tonight, I'd like to propose the following order, that we start with the consent calendar, number 1, do the listening tour presentation, number 2, get the interim budget presentation as number 3, public comments at number 4, the board corporation matters as number 5, and then approval of the minutes as number 6, please.
Do I have a second? Thank you, Trustee Berryman. Further discussion on this? All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? Abstain? 5-0. Thank you. So we are changing the order of our meeting. And our next thing up will be consent. Is there anybody who wants to pull anything from the consent agenda? If not, Carmen, would you put up the people we want to thank for their kind donations to our schools and our district? And while people read that, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept our consent calendar.
I move to approve the consent calendar.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor? Oh, is there further discussion? Sorry.
I just thank everyone for what they're doing.
And thank everybody for the donations. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? That's 5-0. Thank you. Next, we're moving to the listening tour. And Dr. Lee is going to start us off on that. I think.
Good evening, President Sugarman, Board of Trustees. Welcome, Trustee Talavera. It's so nice to see you up there. And we have a treat for you tonight. So before we start our listening tour presentation, we want to share with you what our student focus group has been up to. So it was very evident in our listening tour journey that our students had a very strong voice and they had a lot to share. And it was also evident that many were very proud of their culture, their background and/or experiences, and some voiced that they would like more opportunity to share with others. So in that, we offered them an All the Arts lesson by our very own special All the Arts educator, Terry Orr. And she was able to lead them in an All the Arts activity where they were able to express what they're most proud of in their culture, heritage, background, using their words, art, as well as their voices. So here's Kyle Myers to give more information on that.
Good evening again. I have to say I'm very, very excited. This is a great night for me that I get to talk twice about things that I am very, very passionate about. So the arts and students and giving students voices. So it really is an honor for me to be here tonight to be able to talk about these great passions that I have. So thank you for that. So as has already been mentioned, we had one of our artist educators lead an art lesson with the students from the listening tour. They were encouraged to share through their art what they were proud of regarding their heritage, their culture, and their background. So we just mentioned that Miss Terry Orr was the one that presented, and that they were looking at that. So their student artwork, we did this all via Zoom, and then the students actually sent us in their artwork. So the artwork that the students created is now displayed on the wall that you mentioned earlier this evening behind you. And we took their voices from their artwork and what they created and what they were proud of in their culture, and we displayed it on the wall behind you. And they showed their pride in many different aspects, including flags, special holidays and celebrations, food, unique and original names that are part of their culture, clothing, languages, music, and the arts. And so I think the best way is to hear it straight from student here, Cameron, from Golden Hill Elementary School, where he is talking about his Korean heritage.
Hi, my name is Cameron Kim, and I'm a sixth grader. I'm a Korean American, and I really love my culture because I really love my culture because I really think it's cool. And I really like it because I really think it's cool from others. I really like it. I really like the food because the food is really yummy. I really like the food because the food is really yummy. My grandparents and my parents make it, and I always grew up eating it, and I make it, and like never get tired of it. It's always really good. And also, I really like the special clothing. And also, I really like wear on like special clothing that we wear on like sometimes Christmas. And it's made out of silk. New Year's Day and sometimes Christmas. And it's rarely get to wear it. So I think I really rarely get to wear it. And also, I like the music. And also, I like the music, like specifically K-pop, because it's getting popular worldwide.
And then we have another video from a student at Woodcrest Elementary School, Allison, and she's going to talk about her Hispanic culture.
I am proud of both parents are from a culture that is beautifully danced. They both each culture has beautiful dance. They both each culture has beautiful dance Wolf, because she was the one who give thank you to Miss Wolf nominated me. She was the one but I'm super grateful because without her I would but I'm super grateful because
and through the
without
process,
her I would.
all the students.
I am proud of both.
All the students were very thankful that they had the opportunity to be able to do the project and really express what they were feeling and their pride that they had in their heritage, their culture, and their background. And we have just a quick thank you to all of you and everyone here at the district for what we're doing.
Thank you, Fullerton School District, for giving me this opportunity to speak about my culture and my heritage. Thank you, Fullerton School District, and I would really like to thank everybody on the school board, and especially my principal for giving me this opportunity. And I would really like to thank everybody on the school board, and especially my principal
Carmen,
for giving
could I
me this
ask you to
opportunity
send each of
be
the
part of
students
this
a thank you
program.
note for their presentation and for their artwork from the
Absolutely.
board?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kyle, we like having you.
Oh, thank you. I like being here.
So this was a work, meaningful work, good work, to try to make our district better. This was work around racial and social justice. And one of the things that, as we worked together, and we worked with FSDM, and we appreciate Robin's contribution, her insight on that. We appreciate FETA. We appreciate their voice in this process. We appreciate CSEA. And we appreciate PTA that was a part of this, and DLAC as well. And so we had our stakeholders that were all involved in this. I think one of the things that this taught us is that we have to get comfortable with uncomfortable conversations. And it was. There were times where people were nervous, people were worried, people were fearful what someone might say about them. They were, in addition to those emotions, they were also at times angry. Angry that in this time and in this day, we still have racial injustice. Angry, but the anger also was balanced with empathy. And we heard about some of our staff members and some of our parents and some of the experiences they've had in their lifetime, and some of the things that they worry about for their children. The empathy and the anger has turned to resolve, and the resolve to take action, and the action to do better. And tonight, you're going to hear about that resolve. And it was difficult. We had At one point, we had 55 people on our committee with 55 unique perspectives. We listened to dozens and dozens and dozens of focus groups, including kids. I want to share two things from two of the kids. One of the young ladies, and she talked about some microaggressions that occurred to her and that she remembered them and wanting to have something done. But I also remember a boy, and in his religion, he prayed multiple times a day, and his teacher said to him, "Tell me about it." He shared that it was so great to be able to share about something, an asset, a value, an expertise that he had. And he was able to share that, and he felt so proud. And actually, the art that you see behind you represents that voice of our students who want to share about their culture, about their race, about their ethnicity, about their family. And this is something we need to move away from looking at ethnicity and culture as simply respect. We need to look at and value it, and value the perspectives, and value the rich diversity of Fullerton. And we're beginning this work, and we're excited to tell you about it, and we're proud of the hard work and the getting comfortable with uncomfortable conversations.
Good evening. It's my job to go through the agenda. We're going to start with our norms, move into what it was like to be on this journey, look at the data, hear some recommendations, and then listen to some next steps. And thank yous.
So our norms were unique and established before the committees began. We were going to honor each member's experience, maintaining a safe and confidential space, listening with an open heart and an open mind, and withholding judgment in order to work together for the betterment of the community. And how did we accomplish this? Every meeting was facilitated by Jody Goodrich, our district mental health coordinator, who's a trained facilitator and has expertise facilitating both meetings and groups. She created a calm, safe environment for people to speak openly throughout focus groups, the listening tour committee meetings, and small breakout groups. All meetings were also translated and facilitated in both Spanish and Korean. And speaking as someone who was hesitant to even join the committee, it made a world of difference to know that whatever was said was going to be respected, and that if anybody possibly got out of line, that they were going to be redirected for the safety and comfort of everyone present. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representing DLAC and Champions for Learning is Eglith Nunsi, and she couldn't be here tonight, but we did capture her right there in the left-hand corner on a video. And she's going to talk to this slide, listening to our groups.
Good evening. My name is Eglith Nunsi. I'm the chairperson of the TILA committee in our district. And tonight I'm very honored to represent our Champions for Learning from our 20 schools in our district. We began the journey with the steering committee meetings to have pre-conversations. The steering committee has representatives from PTSA, DLAC, Champions for Learning, FIRA, CSEA, and FESMAN. Prior to the focus group, they were listening to our meetings where we have activities to get to know each other, and that helped us establish a safe and trusting environment. Then we have focus group for parents, staff, and students. For parents focus group, we have 3 different groups that represented the parent community across our schools. We have 2 staff focus groups that represented both CSEA and FIRA. That include employees from the site as well as the district office. We also have a student focus group that represented many of our sites, which I personally I was very impressed to hear them. Then the listening tour committee met again 3 times to debrief on data, teams, and generate recommendations. Lastly, the steering committee met to create this presentation for the board. Thank you so much for your support and for creating these changes for our community and our students. God bless you and have a wonderful holiday.
Data from 3 different sources. So the parent surveys were done in 2 parts, and they were sent out to the entire FSD parent community. The questions were based on a Likert scale that had 8 questions with 2 open-ended questions. We used a third party, West Ed, to review our questions for biases and to make sure that the questions were inclusive. Next, we had several different focus groups for parents, certificated and certificated management, classified and classified management, and the students. The listening tour committee was present for all of them and were able to listen directly to the focus group participants. We also had a note taker capture all of their input. Lastly, a meeting with our champions for learnings was facilitated, and we received well over 2,000 comments from this group. Our listening tour committee was given this feedback through a whole group and a small group activity where we were able to generate themes to capture what is important to our community.
Oh, there's 2 slides behind. So the 3 data sources and then another one. Okay. So in addition to the listening tour pre-meetings, the listening tour committee met 3 additional times after the focus group meetings to debrief, examine the data and themes, and to better understand the themes, we created a needs assessment. Then we prioritized the recommendations in short-term and long-term objectives. And thanks to Dr. Lau and the team, we took all of the data from the parent surveys, focus groups, and the champions for learning notes and sorted the information into 3 buckets. And as previously mentioned, we had well over 2,000 comments, so this was quite a feat. So just kudos to the team for taking all the data to be able to put them into these 3 areas. And these 3 buckets were introduced to us by a book, and many of our administrators and sites have begun the book study on this book. It comes from her name is Loretta Hammond. She's the author of Culturally Responsive Teaching and the Brain. And the book talks about sorting also information into 3 of the different areas: activating, engaging, exploring and discovering, and integrating and operationalizing. So when we looked at the data, we looked to sort them under beliefs and assumptions and experiences of our, not only our staff, our community, our parents, our students, but also in the areas of making connections. So that was more of the what. So what do we need in our district? And then the 3rd column we looked at into taking action, and that is more going into depth about the hows. Robin?
Okay, and then our listening tour came together to look at common themes that each of the groups were able to find consensus from all of the feedback that was received. And so you can see up here that we have 3 common themes. We had communication, district and site implementation, and stakeholder involvement. And we highlighted in red the priority that was identified by our group as under each category as an area to start focusing on right away and a targeted highlight. So under communication, it was create a timeline for implementation and community awareness. With district and site implementation, it was to identify lessons on cultural diversity and citizenship that address multiple perspectives and are age appropriate, and professional development and training for staff and parents. And then under stakeholder involvement, it was information sessions for parents and community. And so doesn't mean that the color coding is something different. All of these categories, all of these bullets in each of these categories was important, but we had to look at those common themes and kind of identify what were the top priority that we wanted to take a look at. And then we also, the listening tour committee members were also able to share their recommendations if they had additional ones through our small group breakout sessions, as well as through an electronic form or directly to Carmen if they wanted to make something outside of our group recommendation. Okay. Okay, and then from there, we went into small breakout groups, and we took those top priority areas, and we identified if they fell into a short-term focus area or in a long-term, something that we would look at over time. And so we know that culturally responsive teaching is not a checkbox. It is something that is taken into an integrated approach with our teaching and needs to be represented in our curriculum and what we do in our classroom. And so you can see some of the areas that the team identified as common short-term, as well as then what areas go into long-term. And then the stuff in the blue identifies things that should be ongoing, both long-term and short-term. They kind of revolve cyclically across the process.
So then we looked at and talked about what our next steps should be. So they are facilitated discussions at each school site, because each school site is its own unique community. Establish a task force and committee to develop a plan for implementation. Create a timeline for implementation and community awareness. Involve all of the stakeholders, PTA, SSC, ELAC, DLAC, LCAP, and Champions for Learning, to elicit input on the implementation plan.
Excuse me 1 minute. What is SSC?
School Site Council.
Thank you.
Professional development and training for all staff and parents. Information sessions for parents and community. And then identify lessons on cultural diversity and citizenship that addresses multiple perspectives and are age appropriate. And this last bullet includes what is in our board resolution regarding February and Black History Month.
We want to take a moment to thank everyone, and I want to acknowledge that what we put together was to create a brave space, to create a place where, by the way, it took tremendous courage for every person that participated, every teacher, every principal, every classified staff, every student, and every parent. This is a really tough topic. This was something that people did because they believe in it and they believe it's the right thing to do, but at quite a bit of uncomfortableness. And I just want to, I want to thank everybody for doing that. It wasn't something that people preferred for themselves, but they wanted to make a change, they wanted to make a difference, and people came forward and did that. Our Champions for Learning were a part of that as well, and want to thank every one of them. And since I do have a couple people here, I just want to also, Lisa Wozab was a part of that, so thank you so much. And I noticed in the back, we also, actually Pastor Caleb came in, so thank you so much. But there was so many more people that were involved. And again, for our partners, I appreciate the good work that's happened. I appreciate the work that Mark did to step forward and want to make a difference. And I appreciate, we had several people from CSEA, Marlene, Joanne, and Al LaQuesta for doing that, and of course our PTA friends. So I am very grateful because what we did was not just move through a process, but get ready for action as we move forward.
I want to make one comment. First of all, I want to echo for the board that we so appreciate people hanging themselves out there and doing this for the greater good. That's fabulous. I want to point out that Lisa Kurtman, Dr. Lisa Kurtman, was one of the people. And the reason I'm singling her out, the board has received several letters suggesting that we need to get input from Cal State Fullerton University, and Lisa is the Dean of Education at Cal State, and she is a minority person, and she took her time because of her commitment to people to be part of this committee. And I want to assure those who thought that we were not taking input from the university, that we had the highest level person possible for education being a participant in this committee. That was just a comment in case somebody's listening who was concerned about that.
And you can see the list, it's up on the wall, of all the people that participated and were involved in the listening tour committee, as well as, of course, all the focus groups. And so I don't know if we can pan maybe to the, I don't know if that's possible, Wes, but pan to the, you got it? Okay. All right, thank you.
And that concludes the presentation from the listening tour committee and the steering committee as well. Thank you.
Does anyone on the board have some questions?
President Sugarman, would you like me to do, we received 5 public comments in regards to the
Why don't you read the comments? You know, we are limited to 3 minutes on any comment and 20 minutes on any topic. And then if the board has comments, feel free to signal that you have a comment.
Good evening. My name is Carmen Serna, and I'm the Executive Assistant to the Superintendent. I will be reading the public comments that were received regarding the listening tour committee. All public comments, we had an email deadline of 2:30 p.m. today. The public comments do not reflect the opinion of the district and are solely verbatim from the individual who sent the public comment. We have a total of 5 public comments. Comment number 1, I wanted to take a minute to thank you for your service as board members, because I really believe that how we educate our children will make a significant difference in the world we are creating for the coming generations. You all are a part of that through the decisions you make as a board. I also wanted to share with you something that has become very important to me, particularly this year as I've grown in my awareness of the problem of racism that still exists in this country after the death of George Floyd this past May. It meant a lot to me to hear the district address this tragedy, and it meant even more to hear that a listening tour was being undertaken by the district this fall to improve our school's ability to prepare our children to engage in a transformative way with a world in which that could still happen. I was very glad to be invited to participate in this committee as a parent. However, I was disappointed to discover that the actual questions on the listening tour revealed an understanding of racism that I find sorely lacking and misguided. The questions implied that racism is only an individual problem rather than a systematic one. Individual hurt feelings are far from the most significant problems that stem from racism. We must teach our children about the reality of the problem of racism and social injustice, both in our nation's history and in the present day, so that when they are confronted with it in the world, they will know how to effectively respond to it. Therefore, the problem of racism is not being disrupted by FSD right now in the way it must be disrupted, because FSD curricula do not do an adequate job of teaching children about the diverse perspectives and voices that make up America. I understand that the board will be discussing a task force tonight. I am thrilled that the board is taking steps in this direction, and I would like to request that the task force include experts in ethnic studies and anti-racist multicultural curriculum and policy from outside our district, as well as community leaders with experience and expertise regarding racial equity, justice, and anti-racist teaching, alongside leaders from within the school system to make sure that the steps the district takes will really succeed at fulfilling the intention of the board's resolution from June 25th. Thank you again so much for your time and effort in support of our children. Sincerely, Katie Peckham. Comment 2. I'm writing to you in reference to the results of the listening tour recommendations related to responding to the BLM movement. I appreciate and am so thankful to the board's willingness to address this issue and eagerly look forward to implementation of equality and anti-bias related education for our students. As a FSD, I recently became aware of and had the opportunity to review the California state curriculum standards related to history and social studies. After becoming aware of this curriculum, it has come to my attention that our students are really missing out on learning about important concepts such as the history of systematic racism in our country. It is my hope that FSD can take bold steps and implement teaching that more closely mirrors the California HSS curriculum content, teaching to our kids to recognize and dismantle racist systems and grow up to be advocates for social justice in our community. Our city is so fortunate to have Cal State Fullerton as part of our community with faculty who are researchers, teacher trainers, and experts in the fields of multicultural curriculum and policy, ethnic studies, and anti-racist education. This seems the perfect opportunity for FSD to partner with Cal State Fullerton faculty experts on the task force being developed. Partnering with these local experts will not only benefit our kids, but will continue to put FSD on the map as the innovative district it is. By including these community stakeholders along with parents, teachers, and school administrators, I eagerly anticipate that FSD can develop an effective evidence-based anti-racist educational program that addresses these important topics to our kids. This is something I feel as an FSD parent is a vital and necessary part of our children's education. Thank you so much for your support and willingness to listen to the community regarding this matter. Stay safe and healthy, and wish you all a wonderful holiday season. Stephanie Valdez. Comment 3, I want to express my support for the June 20th resolution supporting our Black community and standing against racial injustice, and ask that you continue to boldly pursue anti-racist and social justice policies, curricula, and training for all FSD staff, teachers, and board members. Just as a good people who are fundamentally racist can unintentionally reinforce racist ideas and systems, in the same way, FSD's school system and culture can replicate white supremacy and injustice without meaning to, if not examined. The recently completed listening tour and parent survey exposed tragic examples of ways that our children have suffered because systems and individuals continue to perpetuate racist ideas. Whether it happens at school or in the community, our children need to be empowered with the language, training, and tools to recognize and confront inequality when they see it, standing up for themselves or others. Our schools should be a place where children learn not only the good and bad of our history, but the wisdom earned by the fight towards justice and the methods needed to rebuild a more just society. Therefore, I want to encourage you to regard teaching anti-racism and social justice as benign and necessary rather than polarizing and political. It is critical that whatever task force or working group is formed and in response to carry this work forward has teeth. It must include cabinet, VP level district administrators, teachers and principals, as well as experts in ethnic studies and anti-racist multicultural curriculum and policy to ensure strong implementation plans and accountability for success. And its effectiveness should be measured not just by activities or numbers of trainings, but through assessments of student outcomes. We need bold leaders who will not shirk at the challenge and necessary actions needed to eliminate racial inequality in our society, but will instead do the right thing and ensure our students are equipped to make our society a more loving and just place for all. Sincerely, Ruthie Hinchet, parent at Raymond School. Comment 4. First of all, thank you to the FSD board. My wife and I moved to Fullerton specifically because of the great schools. Our 2 kids are attending Rolling Hills in the multi-age classrooms. We are incredibly grateful for the amazing teachers and staff at Rolling Hills. I understand that the board will be voting on a task force Tuesday to better address racism, which is great news. And this is a topic I care about deeply. My request to you is that this task force reevaluate the curriculum used in FSD to ensure that the 2016 History Social Science content standards for California public schools are being met. I believe it's critical for our kids to be taught from curricula that honestly examines the history of systematic racism in our country. I don't believe it's enough for us to celebrate cultural diversity, though that is certainly great. Systematic racism is upheld if the status quo is maintained. We need to move beyond that to an anti-racist stance, especially as we teach the next generations of citizens. Please consider this as you participate with this new task force. Thank you for your time, Daniel Peckham. Last comment, number 5. As an early childhood education professional, I am used to following the high standards of the National Association for Education of Young Children. Their standards include 1, classroom materials show persons with differing abilities engaged in activities that counteract stereotypical limitations. 2, classroom materials show persons of different ethnic or cultural backgrounds engaged in activities that counteract stereotypical limitations. 3, children have chances to appreciate culturally diverse visual arts in their learning environment. 4, children have chances to appreciate cultural diverse dramatic arts in their learning environment. 5, children have chances to learn that families have a variety of family structures. And 6, children have chances to learn specific details about the actual community in which they live. I support the FSD taking initiative to be more inclusive and to add educational and enriching materials that is ethnically diverse, to provide enrichment trainings for staff, and to work with the community to ensure that all students feel acknowledged and represented. To quote the NAEYC, children who see themselves as highly valued are more likely to feel secure, thrive physically, get along with others, learn well, and feel part of a community. Equity-oriented education creates an environment where all students in the FSD can thrive with critical thinking skills through a curricula that is inclusive and diverse and that works towards a more just society by addressing inequalities. Sincerely, Darlene Rosete. And as a reminder to our viewers that are joining us from home and are not here, all of our public comments are posted onto our FSD website, and you will be finding that on our Board of Trustees tab, along with any presentation that is also going on at our board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can
Well
I jump
done.
in one more? I'm sorry.
Yes.
One major faux pas. Jody Goodridge, who is facilitated every single one of our meetings. She took time. She was part of the planning committee prior to it, but she was also the facilitator, again, during some very brave space, and she handled it with grace, and I also want to publicly thank her. And if you get a chance to send her a little email, I think she would appreciate it. I know I am very appreciative of the good work that she did as our facilitator.
Thank you for sharing that.
Dr. Pletka?
Yeah.
I just had a few questions. You know, in June, when we began discussing a resolution that would address maybe a change in curriculum the first week of February, my understanding was this listening tour was going to be, of course, to get the input from the community, but it was also going to be the first step for the district to reconcile the language in the resolution that the Board of Trustees was calling for, right? And so I'm so grateful to everyone that participated in this process, just hours and hours of work, especially during COVID. So to everyone that participated, thank you. You know, how much do you think, Dr. Pletka, when you took a sample of the community, and for example, you know, whereas the Board of Trustees of the Fullerton School District believes in equality and social justice, and then, you know, you get a number of comments that say the district shouldn't care about social justice, just teach the core. You know, how much of it was kind of bringing folks on the tour to the point where we're kind of the district or the board was asking the community to get to in the resolution versus sort of acknowledging that some people don't really want to change and then pulling back in the other direction?
Yeah, I will say, so we had 55 people, and just to say, we worked on trying to build some consensus about some action steps that we could start right away. And I would say there was a lot of work to try to build consensus and on the steps that we should begin. Of course, the February one, that's in the resolution, you approved it. We will be ready to go for February, and we will be working on curating curriculum that staff is working with to try to be able to roll out in February, and lessons. And I think Julian will share just a little bit about it. But one of the things I want to say is, why was this so difficult? You know, why would maybe somebody even be against some of this? And it's a question that we talked a lot about. Like, what is it that people are afraid of? And for sure there are people in this world that are racist, but one of the things we heard is that people were afraid that our district, that our community would be ripped apart. And what somehow I think they were expressing is, how do we unify our community? How do we unify our staff? How do we unify our parents around doing what's right about racial and social justice, but in a way that doesn't shred this good community? And so I think what you'll see are the things that we have in there. There is a consensus around those things. And the consensus gives us a place to start. Resolve about taking action, to speak out against injustice, against racism, and when we see it in our district, that we act. And so what you're hearing in some of the comments is a fear that will be divided. And I think what's being expressed by the committee is that there is hope that together and united we can stand against the injustice and take steps to make our district better. And I was going to, Julian, tell you a little bit about February.
And to answer your question, Trustee Thacker, there was the spirit of the committee. When we looked at the resolution, it was represented. Maybe not in the explicit language. It was actually in the individual recommendations that was all given to the public as well as to the board. But in terms of the spirit, I think there was a big outcry for not just a multicultural level of celebrations, but going deeper in depth with the layers of whether you celebrate, whether you honor, whether you value, or whether you look to see, is it a historical piece you're looking at? Are you looking at the history, Black history? Are you looking at civil rights? And they said, go beyond that. Our parents were saying, please go beyond that. There's another second layer to that we heard was the integrated approach. Because there's dangers to giving a file folder to a teacher or to any educator to say, here's the file folder for Black History Month. And that becomes the stereotypical approach to say, there's a month for this, when that was not what we heard. Over and over, there was an outcry for an integrated approach where, what are we currently doing in Wonders? What are we currently doing with PBIS? What are we currently doing with Second Step? There's a layer of cultural relevant teaching strategies as well as great teaching embedded in this, but it has to be explicitly taught. So it may not specifically say the resolution in the common ground and the themes that we picked out, but the spirit of that resolution is captured there. And in that, we have started looking at curation of materials to send out, but the messaging has to be very, very clear to our teaching community as well as to our parent community and our student community, that month is not an isolated month. What we stand for are the areas of multiculturalism, social justice, and culturally relevant teaching. Those are three separate things, but all under the umbrella of culturally relevant, responsive teaching. And what I believe that the listening tour unknowingly captured, and it was like if you go to the beach and you have a sand sifter, right? And you have tons of sand, and that was like our data. Like just having the little, and you take the sifter and you're looking for the shells. And you sift and you sift and you sift, and finally you get to the 5 shiny shells that come up. That's what we felt we were doing. And we did find common ground. We found a starting point. And we also recognized that individual sites are in individual places. We do not want to hold back Woodcrest from the good work that they're doing. We want to support that, encourage that, even be a part of the journey. So we had district staff be a part of the Ken Shelton PD. I was there the full time, and he even asked me, are you going to be here for 10 minutes and log off? Because I'm going to involve you in a breakout group, district person. And I said, no offense, I will be here to the very end. And that's the type of interaction we want to have with the sites. And that came up loud and clear too. Can we have local control over the conversations that we are about to have? But let's start with the common ground and build up from there. And I think that's what the intent of the listening tour was. It was really to listen, hence the name Listen, and listen to what our community has to say. And we sifted out those shells. And we'll begin building our sandcastle. It's a long work. And I told Dr. Bob, the journey has just begun. The work has just started. So we do have now looking at the short-term goals that we presented to you, one being a task force to go deeper into the weeds of this work. Another is looking at culturally relevant teaching libraries and books. Very important to us that our community, our students, the ethnicities are represented in the books that we are reading. We have facts behind that, we have evidence behind that, we need to build and do a better job in that area. So, and we're not just talking about packaged books handed to sites. We're talking about inclusive in writers and readers workshop, used as read-alouds, used within context of not only class meetings that students have, but what they're learning in their curricular areas. So I know that was a long response. But I want to assure you that the spirit of that resolution was captured, and now the work has begun to building our sandcastle.
I see that we're having a board workshop on January 26th. Would that be an appropriate time to, later this meeting, agendize what the task force and committee would look like?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We can also, two things. For sure, at a future time, you can spell out in greater detail. But in some cases, you can just give us direction. If there's some consensus on the direction, we can actually move forward with not necessarily the outcomes of all of these things, but we can move forward with the steps we presented with some just general direction from you to continue on.
I'd like to make a couple comments. Because this is a holiday time of year, it seems that our libraries are quite deficient in many of these areas. So perhaps we can put a list of books on our website that if families wish to give books to our schools to help move us faster forward through this time, that would be a really nice thing to do. Or a district book repository, because maybe a 6th grade class goes through a book and then it could go to another school, something like that. So that was one of the things. When I read the suggestions, several times it was stated, we want consistency in our schools. And as you just stated beautifully just now, and in the statements of your packet, it said each school should have its own voice. It's very hard to have things the same and independent voices. And so that's going to be a very challenging thing and difficult to resolve, perhaps. Perhaps there is a format that as this task force goes forward, it can look at, because I don't know how you have everything the same and yet reflect the needs of your school. And then last of all, we said we wanted collaboration of educators across grade levels and content areas. And that comes back to the district as part of personal education. But when Dr. Pletka first came here, he had programs where teachers met during the summer and they made curriculum. And they collaborated and they created friendships so that as the year went on, they didn't just talk to their peers at their school, they also talked to peers at other schools. That's like a wonderful thing. And when we made this resolution, it's stated in there, and that might help us move forward more quickly. Teachers working across grade levels within the same school and across the district, because for me, I said it at the time and I'll repeat myself now, I believe to teach social justice, to try to implement a lack of racial bias, we need to have this embedded in every part of our curriculum, and it needs to be at every grade level, and that means it can't be just 1 week or 1 month. It has to be all the time. And in order for that to happen, We have to make everybody super, I hate to use the word sensitive because then you get some crazy things, that might happen, but aware, very aware, because there are so many opportunities in the course of different subjects to bring this topic forward. Different ways people cultivate land across the world, and how do we do it in Fullerton? How do we do it in Europe? How do we do it in the Iron Country Curtains? So I hope that the task force, as it moves forward, will solve some of these issues, because it's very complicated. And we all, even those who are afraid of breaking our community apart, we all want to come out of the tunnel at the end at a much better place. And I know that that's possible. I just know that's possible. Of course, first I'd like to get rid of COVID. Then I know that's possible. Jenny, Bev?
You wanna go? I was gonna ask, in looking at this, when we talk about professional development and training for staff and parents, so part of the task force will also be preparing that recommendation?
They'll look at specific professional development. I mean, even looking at who that would be, and kind of going and vetting that process. We've had some success with Mr. Shelton, but there's others. Actually, Orange County Office of Ed, and there's a plethora of people that can speak on this area, and we have people also locally as well. So yes, the task force would identify potentially particular people to come in and also share resources. We have staff. I know Sunset Lane. I know Dr. Garina was working on bringing someone as well. So even within our own district, we have some people that we have used for different trainings.
And so the timeline on this, as far as staff development and I guess I would agree that I think that all this information is a lot to comprehend. And as board members, we made a commitment to our community that this was going to be a priority. I think that as board members, we also need to be included in this. And I think that providing us more information and being part of that training and part of that process is very important.
All of the recommendations, when there are outcomes, as an example, the social studies textbook adoption, which we will begin. All of those things, ultimately, the board will vote on those sorts of things. I think at this point, we want just some general direction to move forward. I mean, if we actually don't need you to vote on all of these items, right. Things like task force, typically we haven't gone to the board to say, oh, you have to approve a task force. We're recommending it. If you're opposed to, as collectively to do that, then we could agendize it, but we can move forward with it.
Let's get a straw vote on that. Janny, thoughts on task force, just that topic?
Oh, no, I think we should just move forward on it. We're ready. You've done the homework and you've presented everything. I say move forward on it, and then we evaluate.
Yeah, we can
as you're
update
moving.
you along the way.
Yeah.
Bev?
I agree. I think moving forward with a group of people to work on this, but I also, as a board member, want to be part of the process. And I think that, I know that in the past, you get a task force and we do adoptions. I think that this is something very important, and I want to make sure that we're all part of the process and understanding what we're doing, and how we're integrating it across levels. Julian, when you spoke of that, that's the kind of information I think that I need as a board member, to make me feel better about how we're implementing this. And so by maybe, coming together in another month after this task force has met, come up with some preliminary, okay, this is what we think we're going to do. I want to be part of that. I want to be a little bit, I think we should have more information on just maybe a little bit more of the details that go along with this one. For me, I would have a book club with I would have us all read a book. I would have us all do something to really start talking about being anti-racist. Because I think those are things that along with all this, we also need to understand that was part of what we're getting at. So I think there's a lot of facets that go along with this, and I don't think it's something that we could just, yes, I think the task force is great, go ahead, but I also think that we need to be part of this process a little bit more.
So, yes for the task
Yes.
force, and you
Yes.
want more.
Yes.
It's good. How about you, Leonel?
Yeah, so I'll echo kind of what Deb mentioned. I'm definitely 100% on board with the task force. One of the things I've been taking a lot of notes and soaking it all in. I also don't want to exclude some of the public comments that were being made. I know it sounds like Cal State Fullerton does want to partner with us in one way or another, so maybe including them and being part of the process of the task force maybe. Again, we can probably discuss that at the June meeting to see what that looks like. I also agree that I definitely want to be part of this process. It almost, in a sense, aligns with the work that I do. And I definitely want to give a lot of kudos to everyone involved in this. It does seem like it focuses on a asset-based approach. But I think another thing that I jotted down in my notes is I think we definitely got to make sure that we are clear in the direction that this is going, both for the community and then both for staff and teachers to understand where we're going with this. And I think, again, making sure that we don't leave out some of the systematic racism that's integrated into the day-to-day life for both parents and students to understand, to make sure that's part of also either the integration aspect of it, just because we don't want to make it seem like it's all kosher. And then again, we're developing our students for the real world, and we don't want to, make them seem like by putting them out into the real world and saying, oh, I wish I would have learned this when I was in school. Yeah, they probably got some hints of it, but then I didn't get this aspect of social justice.
If you're also interested, we could do something specific for the board, some professional development, and so if that is of interest, we can set it up. I probably will wait a little bit. We'll get past the holiday and get past the distance learning and for our first weeks, a couple weeks. But if you'd like, we can move forward with that. I mean, that's something that we can begin again. So you can, if you want, you can let me know afterwards, and we can set something up.
Hilda, may I?
Of course.
I'd love to come back in January on this with some direction from the board.
Sure.
And also some ideas about how we can participate parallel to the task force or with the task force and developing the timeline, because I do have a lot of questions about that. I appreciate this initial work so much, but I'd really love to come back in January at the second meeting and provide the board direction and just some thoughts on a timeline, and also incorporate how the board will also undertake some of these exercises in examining our own biases.
Yes. Yeah.
So if I'm reading the board correctly, we are telling you to go forth to create a task force, to please give us lots of updates on what you're doing, and to give us a course, or is that what we're looking for maybe? A course of better understanding that we can understand, and then as we look at the information you give us, we can better evaluate it. Does that sound fairly?
And I also heard from everybody to second meeting in January to agendize that so that we can get further direction from the board.
Yes, please.
Or that, and share information, answer questions for us. Thank you very much. Does that meet everybody's vision of what you'd like?
Yeah, and I think that, at that point, we could decide on if we have a special study session or what have you, or a board workshop or a board what have you on maybe not just even the board, maybe cabinet, so. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I know that last year you set up that you wanted us to go sit, as a board, to go to the Museum of Tolerance, and that never really was able to be done. So maybe the board would like to do something like that also, online, you know, Zooming it. That might be a nice thing.
Absolutely.
What? I don't think so. Okay, so, thank everybody. Really, really thank you all. And we didn't neglect you, did we, Wes, to thank you also, Lisa West, but for your participation. Thank you. Now it's time for us to do the budget because we're really anxious to hear about money. We're going to do that at the end. That's under number 5, corporation. Keep going. Yes, that's what we're talking about. Well, let's do them both right now.
Which one should go first? Where's Suze? She's not here. Who's presenting it? Is there a presentation for Suze? No, there's not a presentation about it. Oh, the one from last time? Yes. Right. So this is 15A, approve the budget overview for parents.
This was presented at the last board meeting
Yes.
through the public hearing, and it was a communication that went out to parents capturing the LCFF funding.
Right.
And it was in a pie chart, so it was really clear and simple, and we've had it up on the website, and we also met with our committees.
And it was sent out to us in a communique.
It was sent out to the board in a communique, yes.
Yes.
Do you have any comments on it?
We do not have any comments on it.
Do we have to vote on that?
Yes, we do have to approve it.
Do I have a motion to accept?
I will move to approve the budget overview for parents 2020, 2021.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you.
Thank
It
you.
was
And
pretty clear in our communique. Did you see
Yes.
that, Leonel?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
good, because,
And the numbers have been updated to match this interim report as well.
thank you. Any further discussion on that? Okay, all those in favor? All those
Aye.
opposed? That's 4-0. We had one person out for an emergency. Okay, Carmen, it's a 4-0 vote. Now we can do budget.
Looking for the clicker.
I have that.
Melissa? All right. Here it is, it's in a big clip. Oh, I see, it's a shorter one. Oh.
Okay, so board president, board, superintendent, cabinet guest, people in Zoom land. We're going to be giving the first interim report right now, which is an annual report that we give. And there is a presentation, I believe, Carmen, that is also posted online. This presentation is online.
That is correct, yes.
So what the first interim report is, what we're looking at is we're looking at the financials from July 1st to October 31st. A lot has changed over that time period. I know that we're in December, but it's our snapshot, October 31st. In addition to this, we also have to look at a 2-year pattern. We have to look at this year plus the following 2 years based on assumptions that we have. So the LAO's office, the Legislative Analyst's Office, came out with a report, and some good, some okay. State revenues are actually exceeding projections by about $9 billion with a B dollars. So that's about 18 to 20% over projections. You're asking yourself, how is this possible? We're in the middle of
Projections were lower.
well, yeah, they were lower, but we're in the middle of a crisis, a recession, if you will. So what happens is the stock market's doing very well. And the top 1% of earners in California, they're the ones that generate half of the income taxes revenue. So the top 1% in California are paying half of, so that money keeps coming in. As far as other things, and we know that the Dow's increased over 20%. So that's good news. Unemployment's still a little high at 11%. And after a dramatic drop of consumer spending that we had in March and April, we're kind of almost within 10% of pre-pandemic levels. So businesses have just been innovative, resilient, and they're coming through, and life goes on. They do recommend that we start looking at the out years and look at if we have any deficits, we need to be kind of aware of that and potential down the road. Now, the good news is many districts have had a reserve, like ourselves, so we're able to weather this storm much better than we did during the recession of 2009, 2010. So when I stood up here in June, I presented a budget, and the board adopted that budget, and it was dramatically cut. We were right in the middle of COVID. We were looking at cuts of over 10, 11%. Well, deferral means, let me look at my picture here because I can't quite see. They already did one deferral. We were supposed to get some money last June. They said, you know, we're supposed to give it to you on June 30th. We'll give it to you on July 1st. Okay, we can handle that, right? We can handle that. But then they picked some other ones, and they said, okay, the money that you're supposed to get in February, we're going to give you that in November of the following year. So this money that we're supposed to get in a couple months, we will get that in November. Then same thing for March, we'll get that in October, April, we'll get it in September. Now, it doesn't really work well if you don't have money, because we cannot tell our employees, hey, guess what? Your check in February, we're going to pay you in November. Are you okay with that? So fortunately, we do have a reserve, and we do not have to borrow money. But over $16 million was deferred. It's going to be deferred from this year to next year. $16 million. A deferral is better than a cut. When they cut you, you never see it. Eventually what happens, there's talk that as the economy's getting better, maybe they'll buy down the deferral, so we won't be cut. We'll actually get that money back in. Eventually, that's what they did before. So we're looking for that.
That's what we should be advocating for, is just to.
Not that we could what?
To eliminate the deferrals is what we should be advocating for.
That would be, yeah, well, we don't want any more deferrals. The worst would be deferrals and a cut, but.
Paying us on time.
Right, paying on time would be good.
Do they give any interest when they pay us late?
No, they don't.
Just mentioning it.
Yes. So, you know, when I put this presentation together, I thought, okay, well, what we do is we compare what did we adopt to what did we, where are we now? And it was just so, on the revenue side, it was so crazy. Our revenue was down. Expenditures haven't changed too much, though. This is also unrestricted expenditures. We have unrestricted expenditures and we have restricted expenditures. Restricted expenditures are monies that can only be spent on certain things. I always call restricted funds like, this is the money that your grandmother gives you. It comes with restrictions. You cannot use it for just anything. You've got to buy something that it's meant for.
College.
College, yes. So any sort of COVID relief money is not entered here under the revenue. It's not entered here under the expenses. For the most part, salaries they've gone up a little bit. Classified salaries a little bit. Employee benefits down. Books and supplies, that's because of carryover. We had carryover last year. School sites had money in their budgets and they didn't spend it. They couldn't spend it because of COVID. We're not taking that money away from them, so we need to put it back into the budget. It's not uncommon every year to have a couple $1 million, $2 million in carryover that isn't spent. So when you look at it, you think, oh my gosh, we're spending more, but the reality is we more than likely schools will have more carryover, and we're not taking that money away. So I don't want that to panic anyone. When we look here, this is kind of combined. we started the year at first interim with $30.88 million. Unrestricted revenue, 118.31. Our expenditures are quite higher. It's a deficit spending of over $9 million. And where it came from, it's not all, when we talk about deficit spending, it's not all spending. It's really caused by multiple factors, which include less revenue. So on the next page here, kind of hard to see, but when I looked at our deficit spending and said, well, you know, why are we deficit spending? So what's going on? Why is this happening? Well, the first thing is LCFF, we did receive less funding this year for LCFF, and to the tune of about $1.9 million. Our funding is based on 2019-2020 ADA. What was the ADA last year? Not what were we funded on, but what was the ADA. Okay, so that's what we receive our funding on. And that is a loss. Now the good news is next year, because it's always 1 year behind, we'll keep 2019-20 because that's our funding year for this year. So trust me on that one. Loss of one-time revenue. Last year we had some one-time, which we called unrestricted special education money that came in. That was gone. That one-time money was gone. We lost some lottery money, $100,000. We had a science textbook adoption. These are one-time expenses. Remember, we're paying it in phases. We paid some last year. We're paying some this year, $1.1 million. We had carryover that got put back in to make up that deficit. We've had increases in health costs to the district. We've had increases in step and column for our salaries. There is a little hope here. STIRS, we had a reduction in STIRS, but PERS still went up. So we actually had a net savings of about $381,000. And then the other expenditures, 15, that's to balance to the minus $9.7 million. But we also have in the budget $2 million of estimated COVID expenses. As you recall, on the next slide, we received federal money. I normally in these presentations don't talk about our restricted money, but we received over $10 million from the start of the school year to help with COVID-related items, COVID relief. And those funds, they have been spent. They were supposed to be spent by December 30th. There were some districts that did not spend their money. They're looking at giving it back. So we have spent all that money. We used it for PPE testing, distance learning. When I say distance learning, we talk about everything from extracurriculum that we had to create to hotspots, to technology, to just Wi-Fi, whatever we're doing because of COVID under distance learning. Additional staffing, we do have some additional staffing. Temperature screening and cleaning. So that's what we used the $10 million for. It couldn't be used for anything else. We're waiting for the next round of federal money. I was actually holding off on this presentation as long as I could. I was trying to, so I could throw some dollars in there. Is it going to be $10 million? Probably won't be that high, but from the numbers that we're hearing, could be pretty close, pretty close. And those funds would then be used going forward to help pay. It could also hopefully maybe go back a little bit and cut. Assumptions are what we know today, and what we know today will probably change tomorrow. But our unduplicated count is staying pretty constant. For those of you who don't know, unduplicated count, we receive additional funding. We look at students that are foster youth, English learners, or on our free reduced program. 53%, an average of 53% of our students fall into one or more of those categories. If you fall into 3 categories, you don't receive 3 times the amount of money. We have some students in there, but we also have some that are just in 1. So that number is maintaining. We have projected.
With that number, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Do we now fall into better federal funding now that we're over 50%?
So that's a great question.
Oh, it's
The,
55?
the new,
Oh.
it's 55% for the additional, for the concentration funding, but for, you know, Title I, there's not a threshold on that one. We receive extra money for that. We are in the process right now of, we noticed that we had probably 600 students that were on free and reduced lunch last year that weren't on this year, and we are contacting them as we speak. We have until December 31st, and it's being well received. The parents, it's an easier process now, and they're thanking us to say thank you, and we're getting them signed up. We're doing everything we can, so we're not leaving any dollars on the table.
So we're only 1.4%,
And it's not just about
right?
that, it's about getting services to these families and to the students.
sure.
So that's a good thing. Our funded average daily attendance, which last year was 12,440. This year it's down, but we're going to be funded on last year's. And then in 22-23, you can see a drop. It will be funded on this year's eventually. Average LCFF dollars are around $9,000. We put in the step and column, you can see those assumptions in there. So on the last one, we have to do a 3-year projection. And the rule of the game is don't run out of money, and we're not going to run out of money anytime soon. Dr. Pletka and I and Cabinet, we've been doing this for many years, and with most certainty, we've looked at numbers like this before, and they look just scary. There's something to be concerned about, but things change, and things usually change for the positive. And if they don't change for the positive, it's far enough out where we have time to respond in such a way that's not reactionary. And we can make adjustments that are not reactionary. So you can see here that we're starting the year with $30.88 million, and our estimated ending balance is $21 million. That's a deficit of about $9 million. Keep in mind, that includes $1.35 million of carryover, which we'll probably have carryover again. It also includes $2 million more of COVID expenses that we'll probably get reimbursed on, because I think at least $2 million is going to come in. So that number, while it looks big, it will get smaller. When you look at the next year for 21-22, you can see some asterisks in here. And so what that is we are going to reduce our expenditures by about $3 million. We know that we need to adjust for staffing. And the way that we do this is we're able to do it where we're not looking at layoffs, we're not looking at all of those types of things. You can do it through attrition. And so I don't want people to worry about that. We have a plan. We have a plan for that. But we know that enrollment is down. This year, enrollment's down, but so we need to adjust next year for our staffing, is what we do. We know every year we have individuals that retire, and so what happens is those stay as unfilled positions. The following year, you can see that it goes down even more. It's a carryover of the positions that were reduced, but it's also another reduction of $6 million. Now, you're asking yourself, why are we reducing in that out year $6 million? I'm going to tell you right now, that is a number based on the fact that they've told us our revenue is going to go down $6 million. So we have to make a budget that balances. We know things are going to change. So if our revenue goes down $6 million, we would then make recommendations to reduce the budget by $6 million. That is not a decision that you need to make today. In the coming months, it's 2 years away, but it's there. We're acknowledging that we understand there's a deficit, period. So I've had this slide up here before, proceed with caution, and I always list the things that are certainties. So the only certainties that I know is we have uncertainties. That's it. Melissa and I were sitting there, well, what do we know for sure? You know, I was talking to Dr. Hammett. Dr. Hammett said taxes. I said, even this year they moved taxes, so there's no certainties anymore. But we do have some uncertainties. We have the economy, we're watching that. Federal relief funding amount, what is that going to be? When is that going to be? State funding for education, we know the state revenue's doing well. Future impact of COVID-19. Is there something around the corner? We're constantly, waiting for the next thing and responding. And declining enrollment, we do know that. We do know, but we don't know the magnitude. We had many students that left the district this year. It happened in many places, or they didn't come to school. They will be back. They will be back. They didn't leave. They didn't go too far, okay? We know we have many parents that are just literally keeping their kids at home, and that's their choice. They will be back. Students will be back. But we have to plan for the worst. In cabinet, I'm always the doomsday guy, and here comes Dr. Rob. Well, I got to plan for the worst. Hope, I keep telling you, hope is not a strategy, but we do maintain hope. So on a first interim, there is a district certification that the board gives, and there's 3 certifications. There's a positive, a qualified, or a negative. Positive certification is that you can meet your financial obligations for this year and 2 following years. If you have a qualified certification, it means you may not be able to meet your financial obligations in the next 3 years. That's qualified. Negative means there's a chance you won't make it this year. We're certainly not negative. I don't see us as qualified. There are ramifications, and certainly, I'm the first one to say, if I felt this should have been a qualified budget, I would recommend that the board certifies it as qualified. My recommendation is positive. The board has you can change that from that recommendation, but my recommendation is positive at this point in time. We come back again too in second interim, but I maintain that it will also be the same as positive. So we're going to submit this interim report. This is actually the day, December 15th. We have to get it submitted. We're going to look at the governor's proposed budget coming up. We're going to monitor enrollment and spending. We're going to adjust accordingly. And we're going to start working on the second interim, and we'll be back in March, just like we were last March. So with that, I do want to thank you. I want to thank our staff, thank Melissa and her staff and all the other departments for working on this. It literally starts the day after Halloween, and they work on it all the way for 5 to 6 weeks. So I want to thank them for that. But with that, are there any questions?
I was going to jump in here real quick too. If you want to have a sense of what the federal money would translate for us, I know it changes daily, but the last I had looked, they had set aside $86 billion for education. To give you an idea, in the last one it was $90 billion. And so we received from a $90 billion allocation $10 million. So with an $86 billion, I would anticipate it around using superintendent math, about $9 million new dollars coming to the district when they finally finish it. So it just gives you a sense of like what that dollar amount most likely will be.
We like superintendent math. He's actually right most of the time. Almost all the time, right, Dr. Bob?
Go ahead.
Dr. Coughlin?
Yes.
What would have made this qualified? More uncertainty about federal funding, or?
Correct. What I believe would have made this qualified is if I felt that the economy wasn't turning around, if state revenues were not coming, they're coming in higher, and we listen to the LAO, we listen to School Services of California. They're telling us that it's not as bad as we thought it was, say, 4 months ago, 5 months ago. I would look at the third year out, and if the third year out was completely upside down, and I know that we see that we're going to need to reduce 6 million based on a reduction of revenue. If the revenue comes in 4 million, then you would reduce 2 million. And you might not even have to do that because a lot of things happen between then. So what I've known in my years of doing this since 2002, and Dr. Bob knows this and the rest of cabinet, is things change. Things change, and we have to present, unfortunately, what appears to be just awful news. And in many cases, it is awful news. But we don't want to react so quickly, because the way that we react quickly is we start reducing the budget quickly, which now we're affecting not only the lives of our family here, but also vendors and people that we work with that are all part of the economy, and you need to keep things going. So we want to be prudent, we want to be responsible. So based on that, I don't see that it would be a recommendation for qualified.
How many districts in our surrounding area have gone any qualified right now?
Not that I know of. I can tell you that in the last recession, it used to be the number, there's 1,000 school districts, say, in California. The number of qualified districts used to be maybe 20, right? And then what happened at the height of the recession, it was over 400.
Right.
Because it almost gets to a point where, how do you not? I mean, let's face it, you're qualified. And the other thing is there's a safety check. The board could say, no, we're going to recommend you or we're going to recommend as positive. The county can override that.
Right.
And it's better, if you are going to go qualify, it's better for you to call it on yourself than to have the county do it. And the county, they look at our budget, they're not going to do that with this one. So.
I do have just a comment that, state income, or our state funding is based on personal income tax.
I'm sorry, could you, the microphone, as your microphone?
Personal income tax with our education funding being reliant on, the top 1% earners in our state. And with looking at some of those top earners that are moving out of our state, I get a little concerned that, that those money, that funding is going to go down at some point if people keep leaving. So.
Correct. I mean, could that happen? That could happen. Also, a large part of our funding comes from property taxes, and the property values are holding.
Yeah.
And so the more money we receive in property taxes means that's less that the state has to supplement to get us to where we're supposed to go. So the taxes for property taxes are strong. We're back to within 10% of spending where we were pre-COVID. Will that take a little hit right now? It probably will, but it's temporary.
Yeah.
Good to know that, I don't want to get medical here, but we've got the vaccine. The vaccine's getting out there. Is it going to fix it in a day? No, it's not. But we're moving in the direction. We're moving in the direction of getting back to some normalcy in life and in the economy.
Well, thank you for all of your work and all of your department's work on this. I think, having you guys at the helm makes me feel better, that knowing that you guys are watching it and making sure that all of our money is spent properly and that we're in a good place. Thank you.
Does anyone else like to comment? Other than great job.
Ditto, great job. Thank you. Nicely.
Oh, so you do need to vote on that, yes.
Yeah. I move that we approve the district's first interim financial report with a positive certification for state guidelines. Okay.
And I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Final comments? Thank you. Now, public comments. The board meeting follows rules of decorum. Per board bylaw 9323, persons who wish to comment on topics included on the open session agenda item
Hilda, could you speak up and get a little closer to the microphone?
Sorry.
There, yeah, thank you.
No action or discussion may take place on an item that is not on the posted agenda, except as expressly authorized by law. Since the board cannot take action on items that are not on the agenda, such items will be referred to the superintendent for handling. Board members may request that any item be placed on a future agenda for further discussion. The board president and superintendent will determine the best time to place an item on the agenda. So just for a quick review, Carmen Serna will be reading items that a maximum of 3 minutes per item. Of course, if she's in the middle of a sentence or something, she's not going to stop, but limited to time. And on topic, there's a 20-minute limit. If the topic is going to go over that, the board, after 20 minutes, must vote to extend the time. I want to make sure that the public is aware that every item in public comments that was submitted by this afternoon is being posted online so that anyone in the public may read it. It has also already been read by the 5 board members because we received it this afternoon. So the information that's being read can be obtained by the public either listening to the first 20 minutes of the readings or perhaps extended, reading it online, and I think that's all the information. So Carmen, gee, I don't see Rob here. Would you like to take, do the 3 minutes on each thing for us, please? Oh, Chad has it. Thank you, Chad. I thought you were busy. Okay, Carmen, you're on.
Good evening. As a reminder, the public comments can be found on our Fullerton School District website. If you go to www.fullertonsd.org, click the board tab, and it will be under the December 15 board presentations attachments. Very quickly, it is https://www.fullertonsd.org/APPS/BOARDMTG. And that's the exact link, but as I have mentioned, you will be able to find that under the board tab. All public comments. Comment number 1. I understand there is a call for all schools to end in-person education, and I would like to ask our board to reject that movement and keep our kids in school. Our district has taken drastic and effective steps over the past several months to adapt its facilities and procedures to ensure the safety of all concerned. These actions seem to be working, and our kids desperately need in-person education to mitigate the impacts of what will already be a gap in learning caused by the reactions of this pandemic. As a board, you have shown leadership in preparing our schools to open safely. Our superintendent, staff, and of course, our teachers have also worked both diligently and effectively as we have reopened our schools. Trust your knowledge of the science behind this virus and the measures in place that prevent its spreads in our schools. Rely on your staff and teachers and all of us families to continue exercising caution accordance with the procedures in place. I strongly urge you to exercise our district's local control and affirm your commitment to keeping our schools open for in-person education. Sean Fitzgerald. Comment 2. As of one of the approximately 140 junior high teachers in the district, I believe having only one junior high rep at large represent us at the bargaining table is not enough. He or she offers only one perspective, and we need both an electives perspective as well as a core subject perspective at the least. The time is overdue for the 5-member teams of both sides to expand to include at least 6 members each. I myself, as well as other junior high teachers, are looking for FSD for action on this point soon. Aaron Klopfer, Parks Junior High School. Comment 3, Dear Fullerton School District Board of Trustees, thank you for giving your district's families the choice of distance learning and in-person instruction. Half of your families have chosen to stay online and participate in distance learning. I'm one of the 50% of district families that chose in-person education, and that in-person education is vital for the success of my student. While other districts might make other choices, you are providing equity in education for all your students, both those who want to stay at home and those who want to be on campus. I know that the positive case rate in Fullerton School District is less than 1%, and that the vast majority of those positive cases actually come from students and teachers who are at home on distance learning. They do not come from those on campus. Your district superintendent and his cabinet have ensured a safe environment on our campuses, and they've spent a great deal of time and money to do that. By keeping our campuses open, you show your confidence in your superintendent and his team around this district, and you show respect for the investment of time, energy, and money our district has made to ensure everyone has a choice in education here in Fullerton. Please continue your strong support of in-person education in Fullerton. I have no plan B for my son's education. I'm counting on you now to protect my son and every student in Fullerton by continuing to offer both distance and in-person learning. Jennifer Fitzgerald. Comment 4, I have sent a letter recently regarding staying in person, but I wanted to be sure to have this read in front of my FETA union members. Not all teachers want to go to distance learning. As a special education teacher, I have seen my students' grades drastically improve. The ones that come in person are completing more work, have greater participation, and thus are achieving higher scores on assessments. Teachers do not realize that students will go elsewhere if we go to distance learning, resulting in budget cuts and job loss. My own child was struggling in the DLA Kinder program with on-distance learning, but is doing so much better now in person. There must be a creative solution to appease those teachers that want to teach from home and those they want to stay in person. Hazard pay? Question mark. I know this has been brought up, but maybe we could revisit it. Please do not let us go back to distance learning. Thank you for your time. Catherine Vidalis, Parks Junior High. Comment 5. Thank you for continuing to support in-person learning. I have chosen on-campus learning for my kids, as I have seen their need for in-person connection and support from their teachers and peers in order to be successful in their learning. Every child learns differently, and I have been so appreciative of the opportunity for parents to choose the learning option that best works for their child and family during this very unsettling time. I have been so proud that our district has safely provided the option of in-person learning, providing equity in access to education. This is essential, particularly for children who, for whatever reason, do not have access to the support they need to facilitate successful distance learning at home, or simply require human connection to thrive. The district has done an amazing job of providing a safe on-campus option for your students and staff, which is evident in our minute positivity case rate in the Fullerton School District of less than 1%. Please share your confidence, pride, and respect for your district superintendent and his cabinet who have invested time, energy, and money. Please continue your strong support of in-person education in Fullerton. Attentively, Heather Dale. Comment 6. The Fullerton School District has done an amazing job of providing a safe on-campus option for my son. I pray for his sake that the school can remain open. He is thriving now, and for the first time, he looks forward to going to school. When given the option to Zoom into class from home or attend school, he would rather attend school. When the shutdown first happened in March of 2020, it also shut down his spirit. I was seeing his motivation diminish every day. He was missing his peers and the connection to his teachers. Once school opened again, the fire within him ignited more than ever before. We feel safe and confident the district is doing everything they can to keep everyone safe. Please continue to keep the schools open for students like my son so they can succeed in their academic careers. Thank you, Angelica Farias, parent, Sunset Lane. Comment 7. Thank you for your ongoing support for in-person learning. The Fullerton School District has done an amazing job of providing on-campus option for your students, and half of the district students have already chosen to come back to campus. I have chosen on-campus learning, and I'm so grateful my student gets to learn in person and with his peers. It's made a huge difference for him during this otherwise insane year. Other districts can do whatever they choose, but understand that you are providing equity in education for your students, both those who want to stay at home and those who want to be on campus. And this is somewhat of a repeat of the 1% vast majority, and I will end with, I applaud your district superintendent and his cabinet who have ensured a safe environment to our campuses. Please continue your strong support of in-person education in Fullerton. Julie and Matt Stockstill. Comment 8, I want to tell you that I am committed to staying in my classroom. I am grateful for the outpouring of support that we have received from the district at every level, and I feel safe and happy when I come to work. Every month, I meet on Zoom with the staff of Scope Magazine and their teacher advisors from around the country. I almost feel bad telling them what we're doing at FSD because of the horror stories I hear from teachers in other districts and other states. Our administrators at LV are selfless in their support of staff here. Bill Lynch and Debbie Bennett are absolutely amazing people. And the district has supported us in every conceivable way. Whether it's instructional materials, PPE, sanitizing, moral support, additional support staff, we have it all. I have friends who work in other districts who have had their support staff taken from them, while at LV received more support. One of our subs is a force of nature. She assists by co-teaching class. My special ed co-teacher is uncompromised and teachers from home. Now those kids have 3 teachers watching out for them, and I have the iReady scores to prove it. In fact, I have seen phenomenal growth in all of my classes, an average of 188% of our year-end goal, and we're only halfway through the year. And don't get me started on how the students have stepped up. They inspire me every day. I wouldn't want to be an admin on the best day, so I can imagine the stress admin is dealing with at my site, alone with you are dealing with that at the district. Please know that I am grateful and I am truly appreciative for what you are all doing. Please pass along my sincere thanks to Dr. Pleka, the board, Dr. Hammett, our facility folks, everybody. Many of my students worry that we are going to return to distance learning, and they don't want it. We're teaching to in-person class sizes of maybe 10 socially distanced kids at most. We have PPE and sanitize our rooms several times a day. We can do this. We're frontline workers, and if the kids are willing to show up, then we should too. Tony Wilson, Ladera Vista Junior High. Comment 9. Thank you for your ongoing support of in-person learning. The Fullerton School District has done an amazing job of providing a safe on-campus option for your students, and half of the district students have already chosen to come back on campus. This is a repeat of a previous comment. I will finish with, please continue your support of in-person education in Fullerton. On-campus education for my student is helping him achieve academic success. My family is counting on you to stand up for continuing in-person education in Fullerton. Arthur Miguel. Comment 5. The following is from a Fullerton teacher who wishes to stay anonymous. As a Fullerton employee and parent, I am both disgusted and disappointed in the lack of effort to ensure the safety of students and staff in the decision-making of keeping our schools open. Hindsight is happening now, and as the schools and districts in our neighboring cities and districts are making the logical and safe decision to close, here we are remaining open as COVID is rampantly spreading in our community. Fullerton Elementary School District is shamelessly using every loophole in the CDC verbiage and force-feeding principles to repeat over and over again that COVID is not spreading on campus, yet our numbers are increasing every single day. The board thinks we cannot see through their manipulative tactics to keep this business open for their personal gain. Know that in hindsight, when this is all over, teachers, parents, districts, and communities will remember that Fullerton made the choice to endanger students and staff by remaining open, and this will be the cause for decrease in student enrollment and teacher turnover in the coming years. This is proven through the vast majority of parents who are choosing to keep their students home so they can remain safe, and the continual growth in 100% distance learning numbers. The parents see it, the teachers see it, but the board turns a blind eye when confronted and repeatedly show their selfish true colors. As we head into the holiday break, I urge you to fight harder for us, those who are being forced to come to work and put our own families in danger. those who don't have the luxury of using multiple personal necessity days to prove a point and shouldn't have to, those who have too high of a moral standard to fake symptomatic so we can stay home, and most importantly, those who truly care about our students and therefore are putting their health first before anything, because a student who is alive will always outweigh a student who is behind academically, emotionally, and mentally. Comment 11. Thank you for your ongoing support for in-person learning. The Fullerton School District has done an amazing job of providing on-safe, on-campus option. This is a repeat of previous comments. The safety of our campuses is shown in the minuscule positivity case rate in the Fullerton School District, which is 0.33% among students and just 1.06% among staff as of today. I applaud your district superintendent and his cabinet who have ensured a safe environment on our campuses. By keeping our campuses open, you show your confidence in your superintendent. Please continue your strong support of in-person education in Fullerton. Proud Fullerton parent, Chantel Rosette. Comment 12. My name is Elizabeth Ellison, and I am a teacher in the Fullerton School District. This is actually my 27th year in the district. I want to speak about our current situation in the midst of this horrible pandemic. I do very much appreciate the efforts of the district to implement safety measures as we have transitioned to the hybrid model of teaching. I do believe that the district has gone above and beyond in their efforts to try to keep everyone as safe as possible. However, as science is proving over and over again, safety measures can only do so much. The best way to stay safe is to stay home as much as possible. Yes, the district has invested in amazing safety protocols, but the district has also invested in the technology to enable teachers and students to effectively engage in distance learning. I don't know what cabinet or FSD administration has witnessed firsthand, but I can tell you that for the handful of students who come to campus each day, it is a joyless experience. Yes, they see friends, but the strain and the stress is palpable. As I said, I don't know if cabinet or FSD administration has witnessed this in person, but teaching to kids in person and on Zoom is less than ideal at best. Spending their days in mostly empty classrooms, being reminded to wear a mask, sanitize, stay 6 feet apart is depressing. My students wander in like quiet ghosts. They wash and sanitize their hands, and then they log into Zoom so we can experience something like a whole class experience, because the vast majority of their classmates are still learning from home. And there is very little consistency, as students can and at any time choose to spend the day Zooming from home for whatever reason. Having experienced all of this firsthand since early August, I can say that this consistency of distance learning benefits our students to a far greater degree than the tense, stressful, lonely, quiet, joyless existence on campus. As I said, I am a teacher. I am also mother to a 7-year-old little boy. What I am not is a hero. I am not a hero. I teach, and to ask me to put my health and even my life on the line when we have an excellent distance learning plan in place is tragic to me. As we have seen in the past few days, there's a light at the end of this very long, dark tunnel. We can't change the past, but we can make decisions right now that will get us all safely to the end of that tunnel. I am respectfully asking the board and administration to please consider moving the district back to a distance learning model. We know without question this will keep our students and staff the safest. We also know this won't last forever. Again, I am a mother, a friend, a niece, a cousin, and a teacher. I am not a hero. Respectfully, Elizabeth Ellison. Comment 13. My name is Rosalind Wolpert. I am one of the school readiness nurses for the district. I am writing to ask that you prioritize distance learning instruction rather than continuing with in-person instruction. As the number of cases for COVID continue to increase in our state and community, I am urging you to reconsider keeping our school districts open for in-person instruction. Many of my family members are nurses who are working in the trenches of this terrible pandemic, including the emergency rooms and intensive care units of our local hospitals. In addition to the many hours spent caring for and treating patients affected by COVID, members of my family are exhausted and fatigued with the stresses that this disease brings to so many people. Sadly, our family has experienced extended family members dying from the effects of this virus. This pandemic has hit too close to home for me and my family. This is the reason for my urgency to request that our district move to distance learning. Keeping our schools open adds to the burden of cases that affect our community, healthcare workers and system, and family students unnecessarily. By having Fullerton School District closed for in-person instruction and move to distance learning, our community can help prevent the spread of this virulent disease and help flatten the curve as we did at the beginning of the pandemic in March. Prioritizing our students, families, and staff safety during this explosive time should be our biggest priority. The longer we wait to close our schools, the more people will run the risk of becoming exposed to the virus unknowingly, which can potentially add to the burden of care for families and our healthcare workers, as I know too well from my personal experiences. Now more than ever, we as a school community should support our local healthcare system by closing our schools to prevent more people from spreading the disease. With many hospitals at full capacity in the emergency rooms and intensive care units, where will potentially new affected patients receive care? We all want our students back in the classrooms learning and growing, but lives hang in the balance. Safety has to be the priority. Now is not the time to keep our schools open. In-person instruction creates a breeding ground for anyone to get this virus. Teachers and students are not yours to sacrifice. Please reconsider the district's plan to keep schools open for in-person instruction and allow our teachers to provide distance learning instruction until the community COVID cases have gone down or plateaued. I thank you for your time. Rosalind Wolpert. Comment 14. I want to write in support of in-person learning that we have appreciated being available to our child this school year. Our family has always felt that the staff are doing a great job implementing health and safety measures and are grateful for all that they are doing. My child is in kindergarten, and we have noticed that being able to attend class with other students has made a big difference for her at this crucial age of learning. I see a positive difference in her cognitive development and at an elevated zest for education at times when she is able to learn in a classroom setting. As an educator myself, I also recognize the challenges of simultaneously teaching online and in person. And if it is an option, I also support any classroom changes that might enable some teachers to teach online while others are in person. Thank you for taking the time to review my comments. We appreciate all the research you are conducting as you make decisions about how to move forward with what is best for Fullerton School District students and staff members. I have included a Cambridge study regarding the impact of online learning on mental health that was of interest to me. Thank you, Megan Warren. Comment 15. I am a mother of a 13-year-old son who attends Parks Junior High and a 15-year-old daughter who goes to Fullerton High School. The hybrid option was a breath of fresh air for our family this fall. It offered hope and the ability to break the daily grind of staring at a computer screen, jumping from Zoom meeting to Zoom meeting, and the constant struggle of feeling isolated and unseen. Heading back into the classroom offered the ability to interact in person with their teachers, build a camaraderie that is difficult to achieve over Zoom. It offered the ability to have some type of resemblance of a normal junior high or high school experience. Getting dressed up and out of the house offered a renewed commitment to learning and the new normal that social interaction offers. The idea that this schedule could be taken from the kids is just heartbreaking and not substantiated from a health perspective. I will finish this last public
please
comment, and then the
last
board
this
can have a discussion about continuing after 20 minutes. It offered the ability to have some sort of type of resemblance of a normal junior high or high school experience. Getting dressed up. The idea that this schedule could be taken from the kids is just heartbreaking and not substantiated from a health perspective. The school district has done an amazing job putting safety first in both the classrooms and campus-wide. As a parent, I feel safe sending my student to school with the safety measures in place and the constant communication we receive. Please, please keep the schools open. Those children who attend a hybrid model need a place to identify with others, actively have the ability to learn, and most important, start 2021 with a hopeful perspective that will put safety in place. They will have the opportunity to continue their ability to learn, and an in-person model without the fear of start and stop. Thank you for your time. Warm regards, Troy Helmer. That would conclude 15 public comments.
Thank you. How many do you have all together?
We have a total of 43. Can you hear?
We have some business left to do. Tell me what you want. We are at 20 minutes, and it would probably be another, what, 28, 15, about another 40 minutes, an hour. Okay, can I have some discussion here? Do we continue, or do we move it for another 10 minutes, or what shall we do?
Well, I recall when we did our protocols that 10 o'clock was the
When we stop.
time for the meeting to end. We all had the opportunity this afternoon to read all of these. I've read them all. In fact, there's a couple of duplicates in there at the bottom. I feel comfortable that I've heard it loud and clear. The
Okay.
comments, but I've had the time to read it. I probably have more time than anybody else up here.
Well, I read them also. Beverly? No. Yes, except we're deciding if we wish to
And then,
extend.
As far as the comments going, we're not voting on something that we're hearing the public comments on,
Right.
correct? I mean, we've got them, we've read them. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Aruni?
Earlier this summer, we went to great pains to take all comments from the community, but at the same time, we had 3 meetings that went through midnight. And it was after that experience that this board, well, with the exception of Leonel, Trustee Talavera, wasn't part of that discussion, but I think there was a really good public policy for why we did want to cut off our time. I would be comfortable with another 10 or 15 minutes of comments because they really do share very personal feelings about their children, their livelihoods, their families, their community. But I would prefer to have an end time tonight, as has already been stated.
So right now, it's 5 to 10. So would you like to extend this another 5 or 10 minutes, and then?
Yes, and then I think, we could also continue them at the next meeting as well. I mean, as a matter of fact, when we got the calendar for next year, I did request a few additional meetings for exactly this purpose. Tonight's agenda was heavily packed, and of course, people are concerned about whether the schools are going to stay open or not. So I would also be amenable to continuing public comments from tonight at the next meeting, if the board wanted to do that as well.
So, I need Leonel?
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in and maybe ask a little bit of what Trustee Takor here has suggested, but maybe summarizing some of this, because we definitely do want to respect people submitting their public comments. I know it might lengthen tonight's board meeting, but also future board meetings, and we do want to respect people's public comments. And making sure that we acknowledge that, us as trustees have the ability to read this, and they are going to be provided on the website, correct? But I think maybe just acknowledging and summarizing some of the following ones, and give it another like 10 minutes to see if we can summarize. Maybe not reading verbatim every single one, but maybe kind of just summarizing the ones that we have left over, just to, in respect to the people that did submit them, and acknowledging those that submitted those.
And
It's
do you
my
have a time
request.
limit, or what would you like to do?
Yeah, we can do like 10 minutes as well.
Okay, do I have a motion to extend this for 10 minutes?
I'll move to extend it for 10 minutes. Is it possible maybe to read the names, if we can't hear their comment, at least tell us who has sent comments in so that we recognize that people are sharing their thoughts.
Do I have a second to Janny's motion?
Second.
Okay, further discussion? All those in favor of extending this reading of comments 10 minutes, and then we will have to have another vote to extend our meeting, okay?
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's 5-0. Okay, Carmen, and we can read along, you
Should
know.
should we
I've been
vote to
reading
extend
along.
the meeting now since it's almost 10?
Yeah, we're gonna have to do that, but we'll do it after the 10 minutes. And Chad will time us for the 10 minutes? Thank you, Chad.
And if the public is wondering, the order of the comments, they are being read in the time that they were received. So time of being emailed. I will read the first maybe couple of sentences on each comment and then finish with their name, and that will probably give us a good summary. Comment 16, my comments tonight are out of concern. I am concerned about how decisions are being made by admin, and I'm concerned that the safety of students and staff is not being given the priority it deserves. And that is being signed by James Rogers from California Teachers Association, No Cut. Comment 17, thank you for your ongoing support of in-person learning. We have chosen on-campus learning and are so grateful that our daughters get to attend in person and attend with her peers. That is coming from Dr. Dallas Stout. Comment 18, I would like to start by thanking you for your time and dedication. I realize this is a difficult time for everyone. You all have had to make many difficult decisions and continue to do what you believe is best for our community. I have been building brains for 9 years. It's a preschool teacher. I ask to have you keep in mind that the fact that COVID is affecting people of color at astonishing high rates. With this in mind, I ask you to consider that life and health is what is best for all. Attentively, Vanessa Rosas Vera, state preschool teacher, comment 19. Thank you for your ongoing support of in-person learning. Our other districts can do whatever they choose, but understand that you are providing equity in education, similar to other comments that were read before. Signed, Dara Amboy Francisco, comment 20. I want to express my genuine appreciation for the district and your role in the education of students. I also want every board member to know that I am exceedingly proud, a proud FSD teacher. I would like to request your consideration in regards to the FSD response to the global pandemic crisis that we currently face. My request is simple: allow teachers and students to remain at home until we know that the rate of positivity has decreased to a safe rate. With deep appreciation, Marissa Sunny. Comment 21, I'd like to start by saying thankful. I am thankful for the 2 weeks we've been given to work from home. I hope our students should not have to cope with the deaths of loved ones, teachers, and peers. I hope an agreement can be reached to meet the health and safety needs of our community. Signed, comment 22, as a teacher and parent, I urge you to allow distance learning to continue until teachers and staff can be vaccinated and new COVID cases numbers follow significant and steady downward trend. Signed, Ann Stenton, comment 23. Thank you for your dedication to our school district during this, to our family during this time. You have had to be involved in making decisions. I am pleased that with the decision that was made to revert to distance learning for the first weeks of winter break. Please have a special meeting to discuss this idea seriously and have a public vote. Believe me when I say that I know that none of you want to make this decision. Thank you in advance for making these hard decisions and considering the health of our entire community. Signed, Pam Keller, multi-age teacher at Orangethorpe. Comment 24, return to distance learning during current surge of COVID-19 cases is the only sure way to guarantee the safety of all students and staff. A return to distance learning is the best way to keep everyone safe. Thank you, Laura Grover. Comment 25 is a document called that the teacher labeled The Giving Tree, and it talks about her sentiments during this time. I am drowning, we are all drowning. Just breathe. Extra personal necessity days sound great, but lack of subs. I'll end with, even with stable numbers, this method of teaching Zoom and face-to-face has no sustainability. Your teachers have nothing left to give. Sarah Cooper, teacher at Richmond School. Comment 26, please return to 100% distance learning while the county's in purple tier. Dan Proctor. Comment 27, please revert to distance learning while our county is in purple tier. Ashira Fox. Comment 28, as a parent with 2 children at FSD and who loves our teachers and staff, I urge the board to consider returning to distance learning while we are in the purple tier. Sarah Wing. Comment 29, I am grateful that the Fullerton School District has been open for children to continue their education. Last sentence is pretty long. Very appreciative for everything that the district is doing. Darlene Rosette. Comment 30, coming from Megan Schubert, has a 5th grader at Orange Thorpe Elementary. I'm writing you to urge all to consider a district-wide return to distance learning while we remain in the purple tier. Again, signed Megan Schubert. Comment 31, expressing their genuine appreciation to the district. Would request your consideration in regards to the response to the global pandemic. My request is simple: allow teachers and students to remain at home until we know that the rate of positivity has decreased. Marissa Sunny.
That's 2 times.
Yeah, correct. So that was sent twice, but thank you very much, Mrs. Sunny, for sending those. Comment 32, I am a parent of 4 children. I am very grateful to all of you. The FSD team has worked to meet the needs of so many families and so many needs. We have seen your effort and applaud you. For the teachers who are serving on the front lines, please know you are not alone. We will stand with you as you stand with our kids. We will provide support for you as you are providing such crucial support for us. We will be there for you as if you have, if and when you need it. Our kids will never forget the courage and calm you helped provide in this life-changing season. Sincerely, Caleb Beller. Comment 33, please keep the teachers, staff, and kids safe by returning to distance learning. Melissa Proctor. Comment 34, thank you for virtual learning after break. It is a step in the right direction. Respectfully, Mac San, 3rd grade teacher. Comment 35, thank you for all your hard work. However, schools should not be open right now. By shutting down schools, we are not shutting down our kids' education. Signed Karen KC, a concerned parent of FSD. Comment 36, a teacher in the district for 22 years. My opinion is that the hybrid model is not the way to do this during this time. And this comment is a couple pages long, and I will end with, we will keep the Fullerton children, our Fullerton staff, and all of our relatives in turn our beloved Fullerton community safe. Your partner in education, Jody Caruso Dyer. Comment 37, thank you for your tireless efforts during these very difficult times. It talks about some COVID numbers, and I appreciate your ear as well as your consideration to all that is noted above. A concerned Fullerton District parent, Amy Lee. Comment 38, thank you for your ongoing support, and we are doing an amazing job of providing on-safe, on-campus option for your students, and half of the district students have already chosen to come back to campus, providing equity in education. Signed, Deborah Stout, parent at Acacia.
That's 2.
That would be Ms. Stout with a couple public comments. Comment number 39, as a retired teacher of 35 years, I continue to follow the amazing accomplishments. It won't be easy or necessary popular. This is more towards going back to distance learning. Opinions run strong. Now be brave enough to continue to sit across the table with each other and not let each other fail. Sincerely, Stacy Hollenbeck, former FSD teacher. Comment 40, keep the schools open, keep providing options. That is signed by the Gonzalez family. Comment 41, a parent who has a child at Hermosa Drive Elementary. It was extremely disappointing to learn we would not be returning to on-campus learning following the holiday break. Please allow our students to remain on campus. Jennifer Gonzalez. Comment 42, again, thanking us for your ongoing support for on-campus learning. It is with deep appreciation that I have seen the commitment for on-campus instruction by the board and cabinet. Please continue your strong support for in-person education in Fullerton. With deep appreciation, Lisa and Dan Wosop. Comment 43, teaching students is just not my job, it is my passion. It is coming from a teacher, couple pages long, so I will end with the last sentence. That would be the final public comment. We will proactively prevent a situation where people are coerced to go into work. So I ask you which sacrifices can become together to support a concerned FSD teacher who loves her students. No name.
Good job, thank you. Wow. Wow. That was a very good idea, Lionel, thank you. That was a good idea, thank you. I think we got the spirit of the letters, and I think the public understands how difficult this is. This is not a simple, oh, of course, you know. Now I'd like to go, before I say anything else, I want to thank every single parent, teacher, ex-teacher, everybody who wrote to us. It's important input, and we really do read it. We really do listen to you, and I think reading it out loud gives our listeners an idea of the complexity. So thank the public very much. Now, we're going to go to our special.
14.
Yes, our special meeting. I'm going to adjourn the current board meeting. I'm going to call to order the annual organizational meeting of the Fullerton District Capital Facilities Corporation. We have before us a slate of officers to be nominated for the Capital Facilities Corporation. The president of the board shall be appointed as the president of the corporation. The clerk of the board of trustees shall be appointed as the secretary of the corporation. Dr. Pletka, superintendent of the district, shall be appointed as the vice president of the corporation. Dr. Robert Copeland, assistant superintendent of the district, shall be appointed as the chief financial officer of the corporation. Do I have a motion to approve this slate?
I move to approve the slate.
I second.
Thank you. Before we do anything else, are there any other nominations for these positions? We could put you there. Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That's a 5-0 vote. Thank you very much. I'm adjourning the meeting of the Capital Facilities Corporation. And now I'm going to call the annual organizational meeting of the Fullerton School District Financing Authority to order. We have before us a slate of officers to be nominated for the Financing Authority. They are: the president of the Board of Trustees shall be appointed as the president of the authority. The clerk of the Board of Trustees shall be appointed as the clerk of the authority. Dr. Bob Pletka, superintendent of the district, shall be appointed as the executive director of the authority. Dr. Robert Copeland, assistant superintendent business services of the district, shall be appointed as the financial director of the authority.
I so move to approve the whole slate.
Do I have a second?
I'll-
Go ahead. Leonel's our second.
Thank you.
this is Macintosh HD users, no, this is just that's not important. Okay, any further, should I read it?
No.
There's 2 pages. Is there something on the second page of that?
Yes. We'll just need a
Nothing,
vote.
just that I need a second and a
Yes.
vote.
You do need a second, yes.
And we did that.
Okay, let's vote. Then you can vote, and then you'll have to adjourn that and go back to the other meeting.
Right, yes. Okay. All those in, yeah, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 5-0, thank you. What was going on was this. Yeah, that's why I didn't read it. Okay, I am now adjourning that meeting and for the Fullerton School District because we need to approve our minutes. Does anyone want to make any comments on the minutes of our meeting? Carmen, have you gotten any comments on the minutes of the previous meetings?
No comments regarding the minutes.
How you wrote them?
That are proposed.
Okay. We have 4 people able to vote on this who were at the board table at that meeting. So do I have a motion to accept the minutes?
I move to accept the minutes from November 10th, 2020 and November 19th, 2020.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to make comment? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That's 4-0. He can't vote.
And one
Well, he doesn't even
yeah, you
abstain.
know what, it's going to be 4-0. You won't abstain because you weren't
Yeah.
present. Thank you.
Yes. And then, next, we have board member requests for future items. Other than our task force, do we have any other suggestions for a future meeting?
Yeah, Madam President, just to follow up on what I was requesting for the January 12th, I don't think, can we agendize a closed session to discuss just a follow-up on numbers?
There's 2 things. The thing you can
Because they won't hear you.
that's probably,
Okay.
in terms of what we agendize, you can only agendize negotiations and direction. And so those things related to what negotiations you would have. So as far as like school, like distance learning, that would ultimately have to be
At the board table.
What if we wanted to talk about the emergency resolution and possible direction related to that?
That'd still be public.
Yeah, and again, there's a lot, you can talk about the negotiations itself and giving direction as it relates to this item, but ultimately, it'll have to come back. So we can agendize in closed session, direction as it relates to, distance learning and all of those things. So we can agendize that.
Said.
No, I think he meant open session.
Oh,
Agendize
fine.
an
Open session is fine too. Sure.
Yeah.
No, no.
If it had to do with employee negotiations, it might be a closed session topic. But talking about distance learning itself is totally an open session discussion.
But you can have the discussion around distance learning as it relates to negotiations, and so you can freely talk about that in closed session. So we can do that, and so we can agendize that part of it in closed session.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, all right.
If there's a
Thank you.
second. Yeah.
Hey, does anyone else have a topic they'd like to cover?
Okay, well, then the other one was for the second January meeting, the follow-up on.
On
what
the
we had
task force? We've already done.
Perfect.
Okay?
Thank you.
will just continue to keep us up to date on our district info cases and how we're doing.
And we can look on the dashboard also. I do, So we have a few things.
We'll start on the 4th and we'll finish on the 6th.
So we have a few things we want to review for the public. We want the public to be aware that on the first week and the second week of school in January, we will all be doing distance learning for the safety of our staff to all be tested before they come back to school so that they have the results. Second of all, the district would like to suggest that all students in our district who are coming live to our schools, like God, who are coming in person, excuse me, that was terrible, I'm sorry, who are coming in person to our schools, please be tested. They're on our website. We list places that probably will not charge you to be tested, especially if you have insurance, it would be covered. And third of all, what's the third thing? We want to wish you all a very wonderful and safe holiday season. Remember, masks, distancing, hand washing, and just good common sense. We want all of our people to come back safe and well. Anyone who wishes to read all of the comments that you heard tonight in their entirety may go on our website. They are posted, and it would be wonderful to see a lot of people reading them. And last of all, we have a dashboard on our website. It will tell you the exact number of reported cases of COVID for employees, for students, and for those who are working from distance learning who've also reported that they have issues. And so you can get the most up-to-date and accurate numbers that we have from that site. Okay, thank you very much for listening. Be well.